Good day, good day. Welcome again to the closing argument. Today is Monday, September 30th, 2024, and we are live from Reading, Pennsylvania, from where I sit. We'll be joined by other panelists. Someone is in Charlotte, North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina, Delaware, York, Pennsylvania, Bensalem, Pennsylvania. We are all over the place. And our guys in Liberia, Ansu, our guys in Liberia, we got Ansu, Henry, and Myean. Ansu, Henry, and Myean. They are in studios in Liberia. And tonight, we'll be live on YouTube, on our Facebook page, The Closing Argument, live on Truth FM, and will be simulcast on all the local stations across Liberia. Tonight, of course, we have the former Minister of Finance and Development Planning, Samuel D. Tweh Jr. appearing in studio. He's coming in the studio. He'll be in the studio live to engage the Liberian people and to discuss about trending issues in the country and everything that occurred in the last couple of months. So we are opportunity to have him. As you're aware, former Minister Tweh returned to the country via Roberts Field Airport last week, and immediately next morning he went to the court where he was indicted by the Liberian government. He appeared in the court and he received a bond and was released. His court date is scheduled for November 12th. So and that had been an issue. Of course, you just see who just appeared. The chairman himself, Benjamin Big Boss Sanvee, just appeared. So today should be an interesting show. There have been a lot of talks about Minister Tweh in recent times. So we have the opportunity today to engage him, and he will engage the Liberian people. We'll take calls, and let's see what happens. Let's see how the discussion goes. But we are here. Chairman, welcome.
Thank you, Tomalin. It's good to be here. I was trying to rush to see if I could make it in time. Looking forward to a fascinating conversation with the former finance minister. First of all, we ask everybody to please share the show. I think there's been a lot of interest with this show. I think he was on an earlier interview today with Julius J. and King Oliver Kine and I think Austin Kawa and a few other. And I thought they were.
Oh yeah, they had a
fascinating interview.
Fascinating show. I enjoyed the guys. They
listened to it.
They left notes to return.
I took some notes because I wanted to ask him some questions here tonight. So we look forward to having a very fascinating conversation with him. We ask you to please share the show. There are a lot of people who, when they saw the flyer, a lot of people were asking me, and I don't know why they never thought we were still on. But so we ask you to please share it. Put it in all your chat groups. This is going to be a very, very fascinating discussion. This is a no holds barred discussion. We want to get in the mind of Samuel Tweh. The first question I'm going to ask him is if no, I'm not going to give my question yet, but it's going to be a fascinating conversation from all ranges, right? I know I listened to him earlier today on the other interview, and he talked about the fact that he was not, he wasn't going to be speaking too in depth about his case, which is understandable. It's a legal case, but I think we're still going to ask him about his thoughts on that. What some of the things that are trending. Most importantly, his record is going to be under scrutiny here tonight. When he served as Minister of Finance and Development Planning, we want to know from him. There's a lot of debate about his record. There's a lot of debate about his stewardship over the economic policies of our country. And we want to know from him the famous harmonization. All of those things are going to be on the record here today. We're going to talk about that. Listen, I don't think Tweh is someone who shies away from, from tough questions. So I don't anticipate him shying away from any tough question. But I look forward to a fascinating conversation today. I do. I really, really do. I think this has been a long time coming. I predict this is probably going to be one of our biggest show because it's highly anticipated. Even the folks who could not listen to him on OKFM today, I think they're going to be listening to him tonight to hear what he has to say. What's his plans moving forward? He seems to be in a little political mode. What his plans? What's the CDC's plan? All of those are going to be up for discussion. I think the rest of the crew will be joining us. This is a free flow. We urge everybody to call a friend, tell a friend that we are here, and we're going to have a conversation with him. I think the YouTube page is up. Share the YouTube page, share the Facebook page. We anticipate a fascinating conversation. Let's welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you.
And
happy anniversary, wedding anniversary, Dr. Peabody.
Yes, happy wedding anniversary to you and our sister.
Thank you.
To you and our sister Sange, we say, happy wedding anniversary. I mean, she must be a very strong woman to put up with you for what, 25 years?
23 years, man.
23 years.
21, sorry.
21, but I'm sure you guys were, it's longer than you guys been together.
No, they did one there. You added probably almost going to 25, 30 years.
So that's what I'm saying. When you think about the dating and all of that, so we send a shout out and a happy anniversary to you and your beautiful wife.
Thank you, man.
Thank her for keeping you.
Yeah, she is.
You were refreshed. I mean, I think 2023 looks good on you. It looks good on you. You look refreshed. So we want to congratulate you.
She's a good woman. But I'm blessed to have her.
Yeah, everybody in the chat, saying a happy anniversary to Dr. Peabody. 23 years, that's smart thing, my man.
Yeah. And tomorrow my birthday too, bro.
And tomorrow's your birthday.
President, we got the same birthday.
What? That's true. That's true. Happy pre-birthday.
Yeah. The 5th anniversary of former President George Myean, we are.
He would be what, 58?
58.
Wow.
The rest got more years, buddy.
58 years old. 58 years old. We say, listen. I think the former president is going to be watching this today. I think he's going to be glued to his whatever device. I know he's not in the country currently, I was told. But we look forward to having a fascinating conversation with the former minister of finance. His thoughts, like I said, Tomalin, we're gonna go through his record, right? His stewardship. He's one of the 6 years as Minister of Finance and Development Planning. Very consequential minister. You must give it to him. The country was in a very, very difficult place when he took over. Then they had COVID. But to his credit, the last World Bank report, that came out, it's in the national budget, right? They admit that there was some growth in the last year, and there's a projection of growth going to the year. So we want to ask him, like I said, this harmonization thing, the off budget spending, the issue of central bank, all of these things. We're gonna bring all of that today. We're gonna put it all together, and we're gonna get his thoughts. And then, like I said, I'm also gonna ask him some political questions. I saw him walk out of that studio today with his fist pumped in the air like Trump. And I want to know what does that mean? D2 is a political animal now, so we want to see what his thoughts are when it comes to politics also. But yeah, guys, great, fascinating. Tomalin, you're moderating, you're lead moderator today.
Yeah, so. Ben, we'll talk, just to talk about the weekend a little bit before the minister, I think I heard he's almost at the studio.
Yeah.
But
he's already.
Yeah. Yes, he's already in the studio, yeah? Oh, so, but before the minister come in, we'll talk later about as soon as the team get ready, let you signal to us. I think the minister is seated already, former minister is seated already. But Body, my man, Ben, I will play that video. Body at the wake.
Body took the house down.
Man, the man took the house down. Body, what that song, man? What that song, Body? Body, what that song?
People got to see the other side of me.
Yes,
they
man.
got to see the other side of me.
I was like, yes. The great Body.
But I have to eulogize my cousin the right way, man. Myean Garguah. I had to eulogize him and let him go the right way. And I was glad that the family asked me to do the eulogy at the wake, and I was glad to say some good things about him as well. So people, I saw people coming, gosh, this is not the Peabody we know on closing argument, and stuff like that, But it was a great time of just celebrating my cousin Myean Gongloe. So, but but we're looking forward to very great conversation with.
Please share the show, guys. Share the show. I see the number.
We have time to discuss it. I hope when the minister leave, we're definitely talk about it. But I think Ben, that's by the time. I think we should now welcome the former finance minister.
Yeah, and we're gonna get the rest of the team. They're gonna be joining. People are leaving work. Some people are setting up. The rest of the team will be joining us. We look forward to that. Please share the show. Share the show. Tell your cousin, tell your mom, tell your pa, tell everybody. This is going to be a fascinating conversation. So we look forward.
Welcome, Honorable Samuel D. Tweh Jr., former Minister of Finance of the Republic of Liberia.
Minister looking young.
Is he muted? Let him fix his thing. Can he hear us? Somebody asking for Lofa. Lofa will be here, and the rest of the crew will be joining us soon. Please continue to share the show. Minister Tweh, can you hear us, please? Can you just confirm? He's muted. Y'all, please unmute him, just so y'all to do. I don't know.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good. We can hear you now. We can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Am I
audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Am I audible?
Yes. Can you hear us clear? We just want to make sure everything's good.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Tweh, welcome to the closing argument. And first of all, let me ask you, how's everything, your family, and how's everything going with you at your end?
Man, have I been here before?
This is your first time the closing argument, Minister.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
that is not his first time. He's been here before.
Oh, he came back once, eh?
Before the election, yeah. Before the election.
really when? I can remember.
That's the minister first time coming to closing argument.
That's true. It's probably his first time
coming.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't believe it's my first time. Wow.
Well, how's the family? How's everything? How's your health? How's
everything's okay. Family is okay. Taking it in stride. We're blessed. We thank God for His grace. Dealing with challenges personally, but we're good.
We're going to start right away because of time. My first thing I'm going to hit you with, just from today's program, no government can undo the CDC harmonization policy. Please provide more clarity on that statement, please.
Well, the first thing, harmonization is the law of the land. I'm getting feedback, I think. There's feedback. I'm hearing myself.
Guys in studio, can you guys please adjust the minister's ESF?
Hello? Yes, so harmonization is a law of the land. There was a National Remuneration Standardization Act passed by the national legislature. So harmonization is not just a flimsy policy. It was legislated. The goal is to ensure equity, transparency, and credibility in the country's wage system. A driver hired by the government should be paid an amount that is equivalent to another driver of commensurate qualification or experience. Prior to harmonization, government ministers, government officials had discretion in giving people compensation. So there was humongous wastage through a general allowance system that went on for years. If I estimate the amount of waste in that discretion spending, you could probably be close to finishing the Lofa road. So partners were complaining about that. Unfortunately, they could not enforce their complaints on President Sirleaf. When President Weah came, they made strong case that, look, you need to work on wage. We don't feel good that our taxpayer dollars that we gave to the country being wasted on this kind of pay scheme. All right. So we went into that process. We lifted 15,000 people from below minimum wage, immigration workers, teachers who were making $45 a month. Okay, we brought 15,000 towards minimum wage standard. There were some 7,000 government workers who were making way above other workers of similar qualification. They had to make the sacrifice for their compatriots, their fellow Liberians, to come from beneath the water, above the water. People were under the water. You had to bring some people above the water. So in that process, it's not possible to address the salary challenges of all Liberians because you do not have the revenue. It was not feasible. The economists would say it's not feasible. Yeah, you don't have that amount of resource. So we had to do what we had to do as a start. Was the reform process 100% perfected? No. Was it 85, 87? You be the judge. But it was a success. You do a big start, you address the fundamental challenges, and then you continue to move on to fix the country. So it was a good thing. It was politically unpopular in the case of people who reduced the goals. Because how do you get to harmonization? When the government did the reform under the previous administration, that is under President Sirleaf, they started with 5 ministries. Or agencies, Ministry of Finance, Foreign Affairs, CSA, I think Ministry of Gender. So these ministries had elevated salaries. When they figured out that there was no money to continue the reform, they aborted it. It's like going to Maryland County or Grand Julius County and put in 10 gallons. And when the 10 gallons finish, you say, okay, I just stopped Gata. I can't go to Maryland. That's what happened. So you don't have the resources to do that. So because of that, you couldn't bring these ministries down back. You just left it hanging, and the country continued that system for 4-5 years until the new administration of President Weah came, and then we had to fix. So when people say reverse harmonization, it doesn't have a meaning because there's no way you can do that. What you can say is that the government under this new pay system, where Liberians are paid more equitably based on a pay grade, their experience, and their education, you can increase government salary, but you're not reversing harmonization. So there are workers across the country who need to move from 250 to go to 350. All right? You need to move them there gradually. We have started that under President Weah. University of Liberia, salary structure, the pay was increased by 60 to 65%. This current government has to carry it to 100%. So I'm telling the university teachers, you will be hearing from them because you got to carry them to 100%. We promise that we're going to increase them. Judges have been on a graduated basis getting some increases because you see, one of the things about the highest hit people in the judicial sector, in the harmonization, were the people in the judicial sector. It wasn't a good, pleasant thing for the government to hit them because you see, judges are prohibited from engaging in businesses. They don't do anything else besides the law. So a judge can't open a store. All right? Yeah. So that's the only compensation. And what harmonization did was that it started them paying taxes. They were not paying taxes. Let's say people in the judicial were not paying taxes. It is under the CDC administration that they started to pay taxes under the National Standardization Law. It brought an issue between the legislature, but we resolved that. There are patriots and Liberians in the judicial sector, and so they decided, okay, we'll contribute our fair share, but let's fix it. But remember, we are the ones who can do nothing else. So our salary structure, so we pay attention to them. We started to move them on a graduated basis. The new government should continue that graduated increase with them. The health workers, we have 5 million in the budget for them. This government has not effected that increase. We place it in the budget because we signed a memorandum with them that you are frontline civil servants in the health sector. This $5 million is a beginning to address midwives, salary discrepancy affecting midwives, nurses, and other health workers who've been low. There's a lot of confusion about what happened in the health sector. We put 2,000 health workers on the payroll. They were not there. Those health workers should be grateful to President Weah. President Weah, if President Barker had taken over those health workers, he probably would have said, well, the government doesn't have money, so you'll go sit down. We did not allow 2,000 persons to sit down. That would be like putting 23,000 Liberians into poverty at a rate of where one Liberian is responsible for 10 persons. So 2,300 people on the payroll at a cost to the government of $12 million a year. All right, the development partners were paying for those people, and the president asked the development partner to extend the fund. They said the money finished, so the government should absorb them on the budget. So those are all the reforms we took. Doctor salary going up, supplementary teachers getting on the payroll, volunteer teachers getting on the payroll, volunteer health workers getting on the payroll. Until we sign a policy and say we're abolishing all volunteer workers in the government to bring them on the payroll. This government has to continue all of that. It's work in progress. So it does not make sense when anybody tell you, say, we'll reverse harmonization. Yeah, it's like somebody telling you, say, we made 2 + 2 = 6. No sense inside. So they're not English, they're not logic. It can't work. You can say we increase civil servant pay on a graduated basis because we don't have the money to carry all of them. But at least we're holding the government feet fire for the $5 million that we had there first for the health sector. Let's start with that. They say when the Christmas will be good, you will know from the eve. So we put $5 million there, you carry it up. That one time now you put your own there to carry the people up. So that's the thing. That's the long and short of harmonization. We didn't lose election because of harmonization. Because without harmonization, we were never going to reach to election. That was clear. You put us back in 2018, we will do harmonization under the same circumstances because we don't have money to pay people. Our revenue was low. We needed time and support to get our revenue up to stay our own. So we're proud of harmonization. The Barker administration is proud of harmonization because they're not able to reverse it. So it's the law of the land. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Can we? Okay.
I'll go to Ben Sanvee. Go ahead, because
yeah. So we're gonna do one question each, right? And then because of the time and there's a packed show. We still got, I think, 2 other persons, Grace and somebody who else supposed to be joining us. Minister, I want to pick up from right where you stop. You said you did not lose elections because of harmonization. Let's take into consideration the margin between the CDC and the Unity Party was, I think, less than 20,000 votes.
Yes.
We saw during the elections, there were campaign slogans. There were people saying, you harmonize our pay, we will harmonize your tenure, right? Or your presidency, meaning we will not elect you. How do you correlate the two? How do you say you didn't lose election?
Well, the people who were harmonized were 7,000.
Okay.
The people who were not harmonized, the people who got an increase were 15,000. Okay. So the health workers who were among the health workers, so let's say that we put 2,000 health workers on the payroll. They were not on government payroll. 2,000 workers. They were not in the government system. We brought them in government system for 6 years. We gave them salary. We didn't harmonize them. We didn't reduce their salary. We brought them up. So those people who are harmonizing are not. There's no harmonization affecting the health workers. So when people say you harmonize in the health sector, they're not adding up because we did not reduce salary in the health sector. We brought people on government payroll, and then we started working to see how we can move them up. So we didn't touch health workers. We protected teachers. The people who were affected by harmonization are people in the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Civil Service Agency, people whose salary were elevated, as I said, from the 5 years that were part of the President Shelley reform, we brought those down. Don't they have workers? So that thing was politics. That's why I say, let's speak honestly to the Liberian people. Let's tell the Liberian people what is a lie. Let's tell them what is a truth. A lot of lies went to the Liberian people, and the whole Weah administration were buffeted by lies, affected by propaganda.
Man,
So you're saying the truth,
just a
people
quick
don't want to listen.
Just a quick follow.
Now people are in a position now to understand
Detour,
that this,
people say that people say specifically you intellectualize poverty, right? People, how do you respond to that? That you specifically, as Minister of Finance, in charge of the government economic policy, right, driving the government economic policy, that you're trying to intellectualize policy, poverty. How do you respond to that charge? How?
I don't know. Is it our government struggle with communication, especially not that we couldn't communicate, but to get the Liberian people to understand what it was just a noisy environment. So it's difficult. We had to do a lot of explaining of things. These things I'm explaining, you can find 1,000 clips over the last 6 years of me explaining the same thing that I'm explaining here today. The difference here is the timing. People may not have been receptive. People lost their jobs in 2015. They put it on President Weah. Unmill left. They put it on President Weah. They put everything on President Weah. Now, those people lost a job in 2015, believing that an NGO was going to come in 9 months. They think they know an NGO not coming in 2 years, 3 years. They've come to the reality. Those landlords and landladies who lost tenants when Unmill left were blaming President Weah for the hardship. They now understand that we're in the post-Unmill economy. That's not intellectualism. It's explaining what are the honest, factual circumstances of a post-Unmill economy. I'm an economist. I understand these things. I have some communication skill. I'm able to put logic together and present it to the Liberian people as a minister. You call that intellectualizing? It's up to you. The World Bank report just came up saying we brought poverty down. When I said that during the campaign, they say intellectualizing.
All right, Minister, but
the evidence
let me stop you there. We're gonna go. We got a lot of people here. We're gonna go. Everybody's gonna do one question. We want to get everybody to get a few. We'll give you the chance to explain because you are the guest, right? So I just wanted to add that. We go to Peabody, then we go to Togar, Bealded, and then Lofa Julius, and then Johnny. Well, I think Pewee was here earlier, but Pewee, I don't know if I see him off the screen. But Peabody, come in with your one question, and then we go to Pewee.
I'm still here.
Minister, it's very good to see you, Minister Tweh. Very, very good to see you. And thank you for appearing on the closing argument. My question, I have one question to ask you. The issue of NSA, the government have accused the former administration that they were using NSA to dive money into NSA and for their own. I want you to talk about that, Minister, because that's something that the former government kind of came about and say that you guys were doing, you were taking money from NSA and all of that. But we recently saw them dealing with NSA as well. So I want you to talk about that. I want you to talk on that. We're all going into the legal matter and stuff like that, but I want you to talk something about that.
Law, I'm restricted from talking about national security matters. By law, I could go to prison.
Okay.
So I will not address national security issues on public radio.
Okay, let me divert that question. Let me ask you another question. Let's talk about the current budget of this government. All right. They came in, they made the budget, they went a little. How will you compare when you are Minister of Finance as to that of now on the current budget? How will you compare that?
Let me tell you the fundamental difference between a CDC budget and a Unity Party budget. Whether under President Salif 12 years and maybe even now. The one thing you need to know that differentiates those two. In a CDC budget, we minimize wasteful spending in the form of travel, scratch cards, slips. When I did the last analysis on the 12-year Unity Party rule, the total amount of money spent on gas coupons, averaging around $22 million over a 4-5 year period. When I compare that same number with CDC, it's significantly lower, maybe around 2 million or so. Scratch cards, the same story. All those emoluments. What we did in our first 9 months is to do away. As Minister of Finance, I could not see scratch card, to be honest with you. To say I get scratch card, maybe the boards are on with giving scratch card. So if you look in the CDC budget, you saw that we did away with those things. We prioritize the key sectors where growth can happen. Let's solve roads. That's how you saw a lot of roads happening. Okay, do projects, renovations, do physical things that people will see. The reason is that there are 5.5 million Liberians. There are 70,000 Liberians working for the government of Liberia. 70,000. When I do the ratio where one Liberian benefits 10%, there are 700,000 Liberians who get some benefit from the government. Make it 1 million. So anytime a government payment is made, government salary, 1 million Liberians will sing hallelujah, we thank God. 4.5 million Liberians have no impact. So it is unfair for government benefits to be unduly, overwhelmingly concentrated among 70,000 people, leaving 4.5 million out. That is the principal logical difference between a CDC administration budget and a Unity Party administration budget. They tend to do the benefits among the people who are working for the government, who are not delivering effectively, as a matter of fact. The wage bill moved from 1 million in 2009 to nearly 300 million by the time President Levy left office. What we need to do now is to focus on those Liberians who are in the rural areas, who can get loans to do farming, who can get government stipend, government support. You need to find resources over there and stop the scratch cards and all of that. So in the other major difference is that our budget was focused on domestic revenue mobilization. We increased our revenue under Thomas Doe now, God bless his soul in heaven, to around 3 to 3.5% of GDP. This was huge even in COVID. This government has to sustain that performance, but go beyond Mr. Nas' performance to around 4-6% GDP. That's a lot of work. They have to focus on that. The 9 months, we got to see, we'll get them time. Revenue needs reorganization. So we'll cut some slack on the revenue people. But in a lot of other areas, we have not seen no movement. The people are just consulting about the development plan. We don't see any major road work. Look at Bushwa Island. The whole place is caught up. Even my lawyer, people are moving from Brewerville now, coming to Central Monrovia because of the road condition. Why? Because they have terminated the road contract on Mr. Uboti, maybe for political reason, whatever the case is, but there's no maintenance work going all around the country in 9 months. So there's a big difference. Liberians have seen that the rescue mission is actually, it looks like it's not a rescue mission. Yeah, maybe it's recuse. Yeah, they need to recuse themselves from power instead of rescuing the people. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go to Sylvester Pewee. Pewee, your one question, please. I think that Pewee's not ready. So let's go to Togar.
Mr. Minister, how are you?
Hey, Alexander.
Yes, sir. I'm good, thank you. Now, that would be a sad question, but there have been some reports across the country. I know as a former minister, you can live anywhere you decide to, but there have been people who strategically have said that you are based in Abidjan. There's another group that says you have also gone to South Africa because of extradition treaty that is not between Liberia and South Africa. There are some that say you have a huge investment in Ivory Coast and all of that. Where are you positioned at the moment? Where are you based?
I'm in Abidjan. And yeah, I'm in Abidjan. I heard those reports. Some people say in Russia, in Canada, in South Africa, somebody come and say, "What are you doing in Burkina Faso?"
Burkina Faso.
I said, "My brother, I all over the place now.
Okay.
So yeah, you know.
Another thing is you talk about 7,000 persons that were practically, whether we say affected or those were people you engaged on the entire harmonization policy, and juxtaposing that with your own thoughts that at least a Liberian in this country takes care of, a working Liberian, for example, takes care of around 10 to 15 other persons. So when you put it at 10, you're talking about around 70,000 persons that were practically whether affected or enjoyed the harmonization policy or not. I come in from where Ben was saying that don't you think this harmonization play a crucial role in the CDC's defeat? Because if you're talking about 20,000 flipping around the entire election results, and you're talking about harmonization practically affecting 70,000 persons, don't you put that number?
No, I didn't say harmonization affected 70,000. I said government has 70,000 workers.
No, you said 7,000 persons with the harmonization focused on around 7,000 persons.
Yeah. And then, 7,000 and 15,000. No, I said 7,000 persons were brought down, 15,000 persons were brought up. So let's go with logic now. 70,000 persons were negatively affected, 150,000 were positively affected.
Good. So those 7,000 people that amount to around 70,000 Liberians, using your numbers, you practically can say it was that number that shifted with the results. Don't you think so?
So the 150,000 that were happy, what do you do about them? So you don't have the evidence. So you have to convince me that 150,000 is smaller than 70,000. 150 minus 70, that's about half. So there were more people who benefited, who got income. If somebody is making $45 and they start making $150, they can help other people to pay school fee. They can buy a bag of rice for an NT. Yeah. So
thank you.
So there's no evidence. The thing is just a political talk. Because people wanted to just say, "Oh, you harmonize," but they didn't understand what they're talking about harmonization. They don't know. And the fact that they cannot do it tells you that there was nothing. It was a policy of the land. Nothing wrong with it. If something wrong with something, you fix it. If you got cancer, you remove the tumor. If you keep the tumor there, you die.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Lofa. And then we'll go to Johnny and then Grace. And she just.
Mr. Former Minister, thank you for being here. Great to have you on here on the closing argument. Quick question, and this is just a side question for you. Prior to excellency to serve as a finance minister, did you work outside of Liberia? At any point in time, did you work outside of Liberia? And if so, what was your pay interval? How often did you get paid?
Yeah, I was in America. I worked in America. You get paid every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks. Were your salary consistent with that time frame? Was it did you consistently get paid?
Yeah. Every 2 weeks you get paid in the States. Yeah.
Great. So and the reason why I'm asking this question is you ascended to that position as a finance minister under the logo, the agenda, or one would consider the theme of having to change Liberia. You came in, and I want to read for you a statement that was just recently written or posted by one of your colleagues, an individual who served in the previous government, and appears to be that he was celebrating the fact that you all at some time did not pay civil servants or citizens up to 2 months. And in this post, it appeared as though he was celebrating the fact that you weren't paying people on time. Up to 2 months, you did not pay citizens, Liberians, but it is being considered a form of achievement. And I read the post, and then I'll get directly to my question and concern here. Isaac Doe, he posted on Facebook, at least we could go 2 months, maximum 3 to pay TC workers. but rescue now come and took it to 9 months without paying even a single month. This is from Isaac Doe, a man who served as a deputy minister. Appears to me, based on my understanding, that he's celebrating the fact that you guys kept Liberians for 2 consecutive months without paying. And we're talking about people who had to pay their kids' tuition. We're talking about people who had to pay medical bills. We're talking about people who had to pay themselves, transportation, and all of these things. And you, as an economist who understands the importance and benefited from a system that works, you're sitting here today and telling us that you did what you could have done. First of all, I want you to react to Isaac Doe's statement and tell me what you could have done differently and hopefully better to better the lives of those innocent people that did not get paid for a month or 2 when you got your regular salary. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Before I get into the salary thing, I don't know whether you're praising Isaac Doe or you're criticizing him. I'm confused. I don't know, but you should be praising him.
You need clarity.
He's on that. For the TESI program. It's a specialized program. You don't know much about it. I will talk a little bit about it.
That's what I'm saying. You need clarity on what I'm saying.
He said this TESI program here, our government, there was some noise about paying them. There's always dispute about the legitimacy. All that led to 2 months delay. For 9 months under the rescue regime, 0 pay. So CDC and rescue, who TESI is supposed to be happy for? They should be happy for CDC. You rather get delayed 2 months than get delayed 9 months. That's what Isaac Doe post saying. So you should be praising Isaac Doe, not criticizing him. Let me use that thing, not just TESI, but let me get to the heart of salary payment and on-time salary payment. Between January 2018 to around March of 2019, the government owed no Liberian, paid Liberian on time. Paid Liberian on time. January 22, June 22 when the president took office, 2018, and somewhere in March, April 2019. The government salaries, wahala started when we missed a 20 million budget support from the World Bank. And the reason is very clear. We missed. The World Bank was pledging 20 million on our budget. Our salary is around 24 million. When you miss 20 million, you miss 1 month salary. Right? You miss 1 month salary. We're not in an IMF program. Maybe that was an inducement to move us to an IMF program. The whole discussion of reforms that we needed to undertake, the people are not going to be giving us their money. That's why I'm saying if you didn't do harmonization, that you 1 month budget support you miss, you're going to miss the next one. Okay, 2 months. If you continue not missing, you don't think the government will be finished by December? So we missed that. We entered into a salary crisis. We started scrambling. At the time in 2019, our revenue base was low. So you're struggling with domestic revenue. You're now struggling with external revenue at the same time. How you not face salary problem? You remember? This was the era where people said we went into the donor money. Again, people say the previous government had a practice where when they face financial difficulty, they take money from the central bank. When they face financial difficulty, they go to donor money and use it for salary. When their revenue comes, they put the donor money back. Oh, we do the same thing. You showing me we do the same thing. We're facing challenges. Donor money sitting down. Our revenue coming, we can later on. We use the donor money and pay salary. When the revenue comes, we put the donor money back. We continue the same practice. When I became minister, the AFDB wrote me that the previous government took about 3-4 million from the budget. We will put it back. We put it back. There was no policy CDC made with that one. But by the time Georgia government did it, it made a policy and said we told donor money. Nobody told donor money. Nobody. It was just a convenient thing to resolve salary so they can be on time. So I can tell you that from the beginning, there were a lot of salary pressure. The reason why we were struggling to pay salary. So between April 2019 to around prior to around September, there were salary slippages. When we resolved all the harmonization, we resolved everything, we got back on course to paying Liberians by the 15th, by the 20th, for a long spell, with minor slippages here and there. So we respect the fact that when you work, you get paid. This is the month of September. Usually on our administration, civil servants have gotten paid. So they get paid here for September. They stay processing the payroll. They will get paid in October. All right. So the long and short is that the Garguah administration performed well on paying on time, for the exception that I've described here, for the challenges. And you bring those challenges back, no government can solve those challenges. When you miss 20 million from the World Bank, yeah, you can't just go to the central bank and take the 20 million by the problem. It will take time. So yeah. But as a though, it's really saying we did better with Tessie. Tessie is not a civil service structure. It's a specialized thing. It has some issues with a lot of fighting among the new program, the old Bishop Waterway people. Some people say claiming money, all kinds of things. We work to resolve it. We pay them. The government stay now money getting nothing. So I want to try to put us in for today.
I think that's why I laid the premise. I think that's why I laid the premise. The fact that you asked for clarity. I laid the premise that you work in the Western world. You were
but Lofa, we gotta go to the other people.
You gotta go. Let me just make clarity. So you asked for clarity on that. You got paid timely. Liberians were left 2 to 3 months without getting paid, and you are celebrating that as an achievement.
No, I just told you. No, I'm not celebrating 2 months delay. I told you Tessie is a technical program that has difficulties that occasion the delay. There were a lot of disputes, there are a lot of issues around that. So that's the reason. No government should owe people salary for 2 months. But when you have issues you're dealing with around the structure of a program, all the contentious issues, there will be those delays. But we've resolved that way in 2 months. The current government are resolving in 9 months. Do you rather get paid in 2 months or get paid in 9 months? Which one you go for?
I'd rather get paid timely if I'm supposed to be paid.
No. Okay, you're not getting paid timely. 2 months versus 9 months. Which one you choose?
I prefer to get paid timely.
Oh no, man, you're not ready. You're not ready here, man.
Let's move forward. So let's go to Johnny, and then we'll go to Grace, and then Chuchu Jones. No, and then Chuchu Jones. Sorry. So we'll go to Johnny, Grace, Robert, and then Chuchu Jones. Johnny.
Thank you, Ben, for moderating.
And please, Johnny, before you come in, let's also state we want everybody to get, so I beg you, let's keep our one question. I know sometimes it's a little enticing to go back and forth, which is fine. We'll exercise that judgment. But Johnny, please go ahead. Also, one question, because Grace has to come. And then there will be times where we'll have to take people off the screen because there's only 10 persons per. So sometimes people may not be able to come on at the same time. So go ahead, Johnny.
So thank you. Welcome, the minister. So I would like for you to tell the Liberian people, when you took over as Minister of Finance and Development Planning in 2018, I would like for you to give us a clear report that you made on the ground. What was the status of the Ministry of Finance when you took over the government after the 12 years of the past regime? And what I want to know, what did you take over? What did you start from? And then maybe you will tell us now, did you achieve whatever you projected when you took over at 2018 up to 2024?
Did I achieve what? I didn't get that.
No, the question is that tell us exactly.
Did you achieve? You said achieve something.
No, tell us exactly, where did you start off from? What was the status and condition of the Ministry of Finance?
No, I understand that one. You say, did you achieve? I didn't get the thing that came after they achieve.
Whether you achieve your objective when you took over as minister, whatever was your proposed objective.
Okay.
Yes.
The question is, give a sense of what kind of country, what kind of economy, what kind of finance ministry you inherited. Well, the long and short of that answer is that we inherited a more difficult finance ministry, a more difficult economy than the one we passed over. I remember when we took over, there were enormous pressures. I'm describing some of the pressures to you. In fact, let me tell you, There was large LEC arrears to the extent that, the Millennium Challenge Program compelled the government, because we had to be in compliance for us to continue with the MCC program. We paid around 9 million in debt owed by the previous government. Yeah, that one, the evidence there. You can fact check it. You can call money. He was at MCC at the time. And we went to the president. MCC went to the president and said, listen, you can't be having arrears and be in good standing with a Millennium Compact program. I think about the previous government, anytime I complain about the previous government, the people can say, Mr. Minister, you here now, do what you got to do. We forcibly went, we paid. The country's macroeconomy was like a quicksand. There was no macroeconomic framework. So by the time we took over, you saw inflation, you saw exchange instability, all of that mechanism we had to work to get to the sound system with the central bank people, the Ministry of Finance, the IMF that we have today. The whole wage system was broken. There was no pay structure. When the minister take a girlfriend in carry her, you pay her 3,500. The secretary in Ministry of Agriculture making 300 for the same qualification, wasting government money. 25,000 government workers were on something called general allowance. The rest of the 40,000 people were on civil service payroll. General allowance people were making US dollar. Just a whole mess. We had to work and clean all of that. Harmonization in that process there. Yeah. The whole business of the wasting of, scratch cards, all that thing, we have to clean all that one, set up a financial system to reduce the deficit, stop spending. The president said you can't borrow money from the central bank. When we came, the domestic debt structure was such that there was some $300 or more million hanging at the central bank or undercover, under the table. The IMF asked us, I've written about that extensively. They said, listen, you can't have a domestic debt in hiding. This is a situation under the previous government. We want you to recognize that debt. I said, well, but I don't know where the people spend the money on. They said, Mr. Minister, you can audit. But we can't go into the IMF program when we have around 300 million unrecognized money just sitting at the central bank, and you're not bringing it. As a precondition to enter the IMF program, that money has to come on the country's desktop. We negotiated it. I rejected 100 million. I said, I will not accept 100 million. I will accept the other one. We brought the 200. The 100 is sitting down to be audited at the central bank. We don't know where the people use to spend that money. So I'm giving you all this story picture because there was no clear fiscal picture. There was, when we inherited. So that was the quicksand we went into, and we started sinking. We had to dig deep. Growth became negative. Inflation went to double digit, and we turned all of that around. Brought inflation down by within 18 months to single digit. Restore, reduce the deficit to a disproportionate level relative to West African region, and continue to stabilize. Let me tell you, it got difficult in the election year, but you got to look at our record from 2020, 2021, 2022, before 2023. Election year financing got difficult. We widened the deficit. I'll be honest, we widened the deficit a little, and you see that. But in those 3 years that the World Bank talked about, where we brought the poverty down, you see the fundamental macroeconomic fundamentalism under Weanomics. It worked well. In terms of what I achieved my vision, I believe we basically achieved what we wanted to achieve in terms of macro stability. We did a lot of infrastructure financing on an accelerated rate. We moved the World Bank to increase its lending to Liberia. I can claim that under no president in the history of Liberia has the World Bank, the development partners, brought more resources in terms of the pipelining for projects and improving the execution cycle than under President Weah. Most of the things that you will see signing by the World Bank, just know that President Weah, by the thing that I signed, we have around 300 million that's coming under the government that we already work on. Secure. So you can't do much different with the World Bank right now. We did a lot of good work with our reform there. So I'm happy that those flows came in. I'm happy about, all the, we reformed the wage. We did all of that. What I'm not happy about is we didn't have the time because of COVID and all the challenges to really look into the private sector. The number one problem in Liberia today is the fact that somebody can't go to a bank with credible fundamentals, strong collateral, and easily walk away with 5,000 US dollar, 10,000 US dollar, 15,000 US dollar in loans, whether in Liberian dollar or US dollar. The banks are hesitant because non-performing loans are very high, so they don't want to risk. So because of that, all the money the bank's sitting on, going on importing rice, importing gas, importing palm oil and fish, I mean, that's it. Maybe that money is not going to value-added sectors to provide job for the children who graduated yesterday, on Saturday, and who will be graduating from university and all of that. That is the biggest problem the country needs to challenge. Our second term, I told the development partners, was going to focus on private sector deepening, on going why banks are hesitant. All the players that need to do something about it, let them do something. That includes the banks, the government, the judiciary, the regulatory burden, to make it easier for the government, for banks to be able to loan. That we didn't solve that problem is a burden to me. We didn't have the time. We hope we had a chance in second term. This government, I have not seen the focus. Now, this is an advice I'm giving them. I have not seen the focus in the first 9 months. They're running behind all kinds of things that are necessary. I don't see the focus in the next 2 years. Now, if you don't see the focus in the next 2 years, just give it up. You finish. You can't do anything now. Because by the time you finish 3 years of election, people start doing politics, it's a whole mess. So that's my biggest regret I have, that we need to do something about the private sector in the country in a serious way. I don't think we've had a serious conversation yet as a country.
Thank you. And let's also just state, we're hearing people are saying that they're having issues hearing it on the radio in Liberia. The studio is saying they're working on the audio. I think that the radio station as a whole.
Yeah, the audio is...
So they're working on it. So we just want to let everybody know that. But we'll go to Grace for her one question, and then we'll come to Robert Garguah and then Alex Chuchu Jones.
Okay. So I will ask you to please allow me to lay my premise.
Grace, we gotta I beg you, we gotta.
It's not going to be long. It's not going to.
Yeah,
be
we
long,
plenty. We don't want, because once
me...
you do it, then everybody else will want to do it. I beg you, please.
Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon, Mr. Samuel D. Tweh Jr. That's your name, right? I tried to look up. I think so I could call your right name. And my name is Grace Guar. And I follow various incidents that happened in Liberia during the government that you serve in tenure. And one of the things that struck out to me for you was that in 2018 September, you wrote a $60,000 flight, first class, despite Liberia's severe economic struggles. So then when you were asked why you wrote that first class, you try to justify that you work with African Development Bank and your annual pay rate was like $500,000 a year. I went to do my research and I found out that the PL6, which the position you held, the PL6 officer, makes $63,000 and $63,843 annually as of 2023. So although this is not relevant to the decision or you spending the money or anything, but the idea that Liberia is still in a poverty crisis, even during your time when you serve as finance minister, for you to have rule of flight of that amount was just too much for some of us to handle. But then additionally now, you and 4 other officials from the real government have been indicted for allegedly embezzling $500 million. And recently, I just read about you in a newspaper. I felt that you were supposed to be arrested when you arrived at the Liberian International Airport. When you came into Liberia, I felt that I arrested you because you have been a fugitive for almost 2 months running away from your indictment. You did not show up. So I want to ask you, where were you when this indictment came? Were you in Liberia? If not, if you were not in Liberia, you were in Ivory Coast where you claim to be living. Did you not hear about the indictment? Were you not sent information to appear to Liberia and make sure you face the justice system? You stay out of the country for almost 2 months. And then when you were satisfied after you talk all kinds of things about the courts of Liberia that you didn't trust them, then you came back to the country as criminal as the justice system is. They allow you to go and set bond. And they free you on that bond, and you're walking around now, you're speaking to the Liberian people, while other people in prison that have less crime than you, they are not in prison because they have refused them to set bond. They're in prison until the time comes to go and face trial. Do you think that is right? So can you justify today, or can you tell us today on this platform that you, Samuel Tweh, knows that the Liberian justice system is a two-tier justice system? They are not fair to the rest of the Liberian people because you not sitting on this platform with me, who is a free citizen of Liberia and live in America, and you talking everything about government or business, and you're supposed to be in prison behind bars for your indictment. That's my first question.
It's for. Thank you very much for your questions. It's for people like you that I have decided to speak out, because these are the kinds of information that have been out in the public and for which some Liberians may have voted against us. And all the information you put out is lies. I would have no problem with the information you put out if any one of them was truthful. So my point to you, I want you to criticize me. I want you to like me. But just find something that I do that is factual and say it. I will not deny that I did it, but I will find a rational defense and explanation for it.
So
But everything you said here was lie. Lie number one. You said I was making $500,000 every year at the African Development Bank. That's a lie. I never made $500,000 every year. My salary at the African Development Bank, I think, was around $135,000 to $140,000 a year. When I declare my asset, go to the LACC, that salary is there when I took over. So under the Freedom of Information Act, you can access my asset declaration. You will see how much I was making. I don't know where you heard I said I made $500,000. When I say something, people lie and distort it, and that lie amplifies, and
Minister,
ladies like you or people like you get it, and you think that's the truth, and you continue to pass it around.
Minister,
So
can you hear
that's
me? Can you hear me?
yeah,
Minister,
yeah, I can hear you.
point of correction, she said 63,000 a year. She said the what was it? PLC?
No. She said 500. I wrote 500,000 down. Yeah, she said it. She said
Newspapers carry that you justify.
No, Grace.
Let me explain to him.
No, Grace, 1 second. I don't want us to delay. How much did you say he made at the African Development Bank? That's the contention,
that's what I'm
right?
trying to tell you now. You're not giving me a chance.
No, but it's just simple. You can just call it.
Newspaper clippings for 3 or 4 different newspapers online and also in Liberia stated that when he wrote that $16,000 flight in September 2018, he justified it that because he made such a money.
How much?
That was afford him to ride that flight.
How much?
How much did you say he was
making? He made $300,000. Some people say he made $400,000 a year. That was
okay.
Sorry.
Can I stand to be corrected? Okay, go ahead, Minister.
Okay, see, so Brent, you have to listen, because this is a danger that we are in here in this country. The woman is saying that I said I was making $500,000, so I justify I can wear first class. I've never made $500,000 a year in my life. So that's a lie. So she owes me an apology. And if people lie on me that I say I made $500,000, they owe me an apology. You can't use that misinformation to come and ask me a question or to write about me. You owe me an apology there. So I did say that I have the income to be able to afford that ticket. And I called my adequate income at around $135,000 a year at the African Development Bank. I can buy a first class ticket. Simple. That's what I said. 2, the other thing you said, weren't you supposed to be arrested? No. I wasn't supposed to be arrested. In this country, when you are indicted, first of all, I was out of the country. I did not leave the country because of any case business. I said that to the OKFM. I was already out of the country long. When the indictment came, I had to secure a bond. I had to come into the country.
He's muted. What? Who's doing? What are they doing? Go ahead, Minister. Can you hear us?
Okay, I had to be.
They keep muting him. I don't know why they keep doing that. They keep muting him in the studio.
Yeah, I'm not hearing myself again.
Okay, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, good. This is very good now. So I had to be in the country.
But why they keep muting him?
Just don't touch it.
Justice in Liberia.
They're trying to avoid the echo in his
now. When the indictment happens and I'm coming in the country to face
Wait, guys, let everybody mute and only the
No, it's
guests.
not even that. They keep touching it.
But what? Okay, hear him.
Gentlemen, in the studio, y'all stop muting the
Just don't touch it. Everything was fine.
No, he was getting echo. And that's why I guess they started to.
All right, can we hear him now, please? Yella, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not getting the echo again.
Okay. Good.
Okay, so that the government cannot arrest me because I'm now under a bond. You know, I got bail under the Constitution. So I don't know why. To my question to you, why you want me to be arrested? The only thing I can think about is that just to make a case that we arrest Samuel Tweh, we put in handcuff. I will buy one handcuff and just bring it one day and just put my hand on it so you can have the picture you want. Because I think you'll be okay. Because another way we want any corruption. So at no time, another lie. At no time have I denigrated the judicial system. No way. It's not possible.
Grace, you can't do this, Grace. You can't interrupt the show. But Grace, you're not the only partner on the show. You can't do that. Give the minister a chance to answer the question. No, you can't do that. When you are speaking, Grace, he listened to you. Give him the chance, let him answer the question. With 10,
you said
he denigrated the judicial system.
So then let him answer his question.
Oh, that's what you said.
No,
you said I thought things against the judicial system. With this step, it's all recording. If we pause this step and go back to your statement and you say it,
next time.
will you agree to leave the closing argument on that? Can we take that back? Because I wrote it down here. Talk things against the court. I just wrote it down. You said it. You said it. So I never said anything against the code. To your question, as to say whether I'm outside talking, the Constitution gave me the right to be on bail if we are accused. I can be on bail for money under the law. A judge can say you don't need any amount of money. Go come back for the trial on a specified date. That is a constitutional right I enjoy. All Liberians enjoy that right. Okay, I don't know any Liberian who has been denied that right and is suffering in jail, as you say, and I am outside. So everything you said here tonight is factually incorrect. It's based on propaganda.
That's not true.
But how not true now?
I was not about to say that because
Grace, you're not gonna Grace. You will not disrupt the show. Grace, no, but Grace, you will not disrupt the show. You are being disrupted. You are disrupting the show, Grace. No, you don't have. No, that's not how the show goes. There were many people on the show. There were many people on the show who he asked a question, who asked a question. They didn't go. There was not a back and forth. Other people got to ask. You can't do that.
Me a question, I need to answer back.
Grace, you know you're not going to do that. You will not do that. That is not the rule. You're not moderating. Please don't do that.
On the show now?
Don't do that. Please go ahead. Let a man finish answering the question. Let Robert ask. Let Chuchu Jones ask. You can't do that. Go ahead, please. Can we get, let's get Robert to ask his question, then we'll go to Chuchu Jones.
Thank you, Minister Samuel Tweh. It's great to have you on. Am I audible? Can you hear me, sir? I think he's
Can
frozen.
he hear us, sir?
I think he's frozen. He looks frozen. So let's
Hopefully we will get
yeah.
them back.
Raul, when you're addressing that's one of the major new progressives, so you got to address it with some level of.
Guys, and it's important. We
I'm
this
in my
is just the
diplomatic
first round. We'll go around the horn, and everybody will get a chance to interact and go. And because once we ask the first set of questions, the second round would be to be able to clarify what was said during the first round. That's the reason we are 10 on the show. Other people still waiting in the back. That's
Yeah, are they coming on set?
Yeah, but we'll call you to ask a question. You and I here.
The minister is audible now.
No, I think he's frozen.
I think you got to get out and come back. Probably
Yeah.
be good.
Guys in studio, can you guys work on it?
It's not every time when you ask a question.
Raul, you forget your question.
No, but when we do my question. Okay, Minister, can you hear us, please?
No, I think it's okay. I think it should be almost connected.
We need guests in here for people to come suffer abuse or something. It's not gonna happen.
Mr. Minister.
No, I don't think he can hear.
I'm not speaking to you, my brother.
But nobody always have another issue about abuse.
If we cannot,
let's do it behind the scene, guys.
We can do this, man.
Let's do this behind the scenes.
Exactly.
We're live, guys. Come on, this is a professional.
Really?
Let's respect the moderator.
As a guest,
okay,
I will make a special appeal for Grace to be given more time. Because it seems like Gail has a fountain of inaccurate information that I came on the show to clear. So let her ask more questions so I'm able to educate and clarify my name on many of the lies. So I may not remember some of the lies, but I'm impressed that she's able to remember the lies about me. I'm so happy that she asked in this question. I will ask for a little bit more time for Grace.
Great. Just for information, everybody's coming back for the second round where we will be able to ask more questions. I just wanted everybody to get their first word in, and then we'll come back and everybody will get a chance to be able to rebut and do clarification. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Nobody's being held here. Nobody's being held back to ask any question they want to ask here.
No, but right now, since we started the conversation, let her go another round. I beg the other panelists. It's very important because these things have destroyed some of us.
Let me come in and then she can go another round.
The second round would be Grace will be first. So Robert.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Minister Samuel Tweh. Welcome to the closing argument. It's actually great to have you on and to be interacting with you. I'll jump straight to the question. I know that you are a smart man, and I've said that publicly and many times. But I was one of those who called for your. Can you hear me?
I can see you. Oh, Robert? Okay.
Robert, yeah.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so let me get to the question. So, look, there's no doubt that you are an intelligent man, and there are things that I do agree with you on. But when it came to the economy, I was one of those who called for a reshuffle, and I did not believe that your economic policy were actually yielding the kinds of results that was needed. Now, I'm not an economist. You are. You probably know better than I do. But for the sake of the audience and myself, I want you to use this time to educate me and tell me why I was wrong. In the third year of the George Weah administration, I thought that you did not have the economic policy to get the results that the country actually needed. But when you look at the strength of the economy, we talked about steady GDP growth, right? Low unemployment, consumer confidence, stability in inflation, and so other things. But most importantly, job growth in the private sector tells you the strength of a strong economy. Maybe Liberia is different, but I want you to tell us today, do you think that as finance minister and given the agenda of the president, the pro-poor agenda, do you think that you are proud of the work you did, specifically when it came to an economic policy that uplifted the regular normal masses, the 80% of the folks who are not privileged that you and I are. Do you think that your economic policy actually uplifted them and made a difference in their lives?
Thank you very much. It's a very important question. And the answer to that question is yes, we believe the policies we pursued made a dent. The circumstances, as I said earlier in my other answer, did not impact the private sector in a way for a variety of reasons, not because of the lack of policy, and I will explain that. But if you're talking about the kind of policies, the macroeconomic policies that we put in place stabilize the economy. You have to give us a B plus, A minus, or A for that one. Macroeconomic. The evidence is in several of the IMF reports and the World Bank reports. So you got to credit us for that. Fiscal and monetary policy we put in place. We put in place a program to address the country's infrastructure constraints, because the things that are holding the private sector back, one of the constraints is infrastructure, roads, electricity. So we did a lot of work to get the CLSG online, to get roads going. We push hard in urban roads. We spend a lot of resources on road. You got to give credit for that. All right. So on job growth, we talk about job. The real reason why the private sector is not growing is roads part of it, but it's that there are constraints that are holding the country back. I just talked about some of that. You have access to finance. You have the cost of doing business. All right? Access to finance and the cost of doing business. Cost of doing business means the cost of electricity. If a company is choosing between Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, and Liberia to locate, they're not going to come to Liberia, because when we took over, the cost of electricity was 35 cents per kilowatt hour. When we took over, the president worked and we brought the cost of electricity down to around 21 cents per kilowatt hour. Even though there's progress from 35 cents to 21 cents, it's still high relative to our regional neighbors. They are working around 11, 12 cents per kilowatt hour. So if a firm that is relying on heavy use of electricity, like SETI, you can locate many factories in Liberia. Jetty has 3 plants in Ghana. I visited him to talk about his cost. 3 plants. He has one of those plants in Liberia. And the reason he has one is because of the cost of electricity. He runs his own generator. So the reason why, the fundamental reason why we have not seen the private sector expand has a lot to do with electricity cost. So the work you saw us doing was to continue to work with all our partners, the IFC, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the European Union, do all these projects, European Union projects, the transmission. You saw the president dedicating a lot of these things. It's all about bringing affordable and available electricity, which the investor will then look at and make his determination, say, I want to move to Liberia to locate my plant there and hire people. As long as they're not making that decision, you cannot move the job needles. So you got to do the roads, you got to do the electricity, then you got to do the credit. Because when our manufacturer comes, as a manufacturer, he needs smaller businesses to link to. For those small businesses to benefit from that manufacturer, they need money from LBDR, from EcoBank. If they're not able to go to LBDR, EcoBank, and UBA to say, yeah, please give, or IB Bank, please give our loan, then they will not be able to link up with that manufacturer. So these are all the things that are holding the country back. In the last 6 years of my work, I spent enormous amount of my time with all the stakeholders in the economy trying to deal with these problems. That's why I told you we called a judicial conference thanks to the support of the Chief Justice. She brought business people, but she said, look, this is the first step. We got to stay calm around. The cost of doing business got to come down. So So those policies, those regulatory burdens got to erode. So you can't. It's not because it's work in progress. This government has to move the needle better than we did because the circumstances are more favorable now. They don't have to deal with the macro issues that we deal with. Under the IMF program, we're not talking about double-digit inflation. We're not talking about exchange stability. So the Minister of Finance, Garguah, my brother, friend, and the governor, another friend and brother, Samoa, they not got to worry about those fundamentals. They got to worry about why LBDI EcoBank cannot move money to private firms and why a small business struggling to get loan. The measures that we didn't have the time to do because of COVID, revenue mobilization, they now have the time to do that. So you have to give me a passing grade for the work I did as Minister of Finance here. We work on a lot of revenue measures to increase revenue, to stop exemptions. Some of the things we work on will be part of the IMF program that these people are in. The VAT, to move from the GST to go to VAT so we can increase the revenue envelope and bring the country in compliance with the rest of the system in West Africa. And most countries are moving to VAT. That work is also part of the new IMF program. We did that work. Most of that work was completed. The legislation to move to VAT was submitted to the legislature before we left office. So you didn't know a lot of this stuff. I think, you got to revise your grading now. And I know we're going to grade your gaming now. Haven't heard me.
Okay, so what we're going to do, Chuchu Jones is going to ask, everybody jot down your counter. We got no Robert has a counter. So I know that already. I see it on his face. So everybody reverse, jot down your counter. Everybody the second round will have their 2 or 3 minutes each to engage with the former minister. So Chuchu Jones, you can go ahead with your one question. Then from there, we'll go to Grace. And then I will come Tomalin, Peabody, and then we'll go.
No, I thought Chuchu Jones, I have to ask mine also. I'll be the last.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. But you were here. We'll call you. You were not here.
No, I had some technical.
We'll get you.
Progressive.
There was some technical problem.
Sorry, we'll get you.
Great new pro.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead, Chuchu, please.
All right, guys. Thank you for joining the show, Minister Tweh. It's nice to have you finally to have a discussion about your work, because it seems you've been invading the public where you can discuss economic and financial issue with actual economic and financial professionals. So we've seen you on T-Max show, even though T-Max is not an economist, you wouldn't understand the language you're using. So I'm glad that you're able to come here today. I also hear you. In fact, you're a very good chess player. So I look forward to playing you in chess someday.
Yeah, is he?
I think I have at least.
People, you're not moderating, please.
Okay, so chill out. I have at least 2 minutes to ask the man question.
Please go ahead, Chuchu.
30 seconds, okay? So I look forward someday to playing you. I know you're a great chess player. But here's my question. I listened to what you've said. I've written about you, and I've heard you over the last few minutes. My question and comments to you here about your performance, that you claim that you did a very good job. The issue with people not getting loan or growth and inflation and all that stuff, including what Grace said about the $500,000, which is in an article published on front page, and I just put that there. And it says Finance Minister to allow our salary at African Development Bank, and this article was written on September 12, 2018. And then everybody can go and read it. And here's what he said: I'm entitled to travel on business class, and the cost of my ticket was $12,700. So let me get the facts clear. I paid the.
Who's speaking there?
You speaking in quotation.
No, not me speaking. I'm being quoted by a newspaper. There's a difference.
They are quoting. Listen now.
Suppose they don't see me right.
Let me finish my question, Minister.
That's the bottom line.
You complain that people interrupting you there. I even asked for question.
The minister
I will mute myself. This kind of question that you ask.
Minister Tweh can defend himself.
Yeah.
We know they paid a few days.
So we read it from a reputable.
I'll share my pay with you.
You guys, let's not get under you. Guys, I'll move the 2 hours on the show.
No, but just okay. They pay me now. That's not my question, but I just wanted to clarify that Grace did not lie. It's published in a national newspaper. You never refuted it after that publication, and it said you said in our newspaper that you made 500,000. Like I just quoted the time, the newspaper article is right in the chat room here, and it was in September 2018. If you want it, you can go and read it, and then you can talk about it. But that's not my main question. But we are noted for coming out and and in this exasperated way, as if it's facts, and that's not true. You just lie. What Grace said was actually correct. You did say 500,000. You in quotation. So if you have a problem, then go to Front Page Africa. But let me ask you my question. You claim about the inflation, the macroeconomic stability in the country was improving under you. I have the statistics. Okay. When you took power in 2018, in 2017, the inflation rate was 13%. From 2018 to 2021, the inflation rate went up to 31%. Okay. So you did not bring the inflation rate, and it stayed 31% up to the time you left power. It was 11%. The inflation rate today is 6%. So in other words, the claim that you're making here, that you brought inflation down and you increase GDP. Let's go to GDP. I have that chart too, and these are all numbers that are coming from IMF.
What's your question?
I will leave my question. I just
because you've gone about 3 minutes. So what's your question?
Okay. My question here is the information you're giving, they are not correct. Liberia is still the poorest country when you took over. We have one of the highest extreme poverty, not even poverty, 45% when you took over. Our HDI is still one of the lowest in Africa. So your claims, you also took over $1 billion in terms of loan. You lied here and said that you didn't borrow from the central bank. If you go to the different budgets, which we have here up to 2021, your government did borrow hundreds of millions of dollars from the central bank. You borrow from the IMF. You borrow from every entity, the African Development Bank, in the tune of $1 billion plus for domestic and foreign borrowing. On top of the revenue, you collected over $2.5 billion over the 6 years period. And you're telling the Liberian people for that money that you build roads. $2.5 billion over 6 year period can build every road in Liberia. So my question to you, the money that you borrow, the over $1 billion you borrow, the revenue that you generated come up to over $3.5 billion. Where did that money go? And what was your salary of as Minister of Finance, your compensation for as a minister, because you claim to have a transparent government.
Alex, ask your question now.
You want to know that question? Yeah, I'm done here. That's my last. That's my last. Ben, that's my last thing.
Question. Everybody's entitled to one question in the first round.
There's one question I asked you.
Okay, so that's it. Minister, please address.
Let the man answer the question.
Okay, so we have another questioner who basically everything the questioner says is a lie, and then that question that he's saying I am lying. So that's the problem we have in the discourse with the people who are opposition people who cannot take a fact and find a question around it without saying the fact does not exist or without distorting the fact. On the first issue about the 500,000, you are putting a Front Page Africa story. There have been lengthy between January 2018, the whole of 2018, when you open Front Page Africa, you will see war between Front Page Africa. Go do the research. We were fighting war. Me and Front Page Africa were fighting war. They were making misstatements about me. I was clarifying it. They were distorting. That's a fact. That part of my past history is there. At no point in time did I ever say I made 500,000. So if you are quoting somebody who is misquoting me, you don't hold me responsible. You say you are being quoted as saying you may. Is that true? Because that's what Front Page Africa quoting. That's not what you're saying. You say you lie that you make. So there's a difference. That's not how you communicate to the Liberian people if you are honest. Again, I did not say I did not make 500,000. I don't see any reason why I don't make 500,000. I mean, to pay for business card ticket, why would I want to go to 500,000 a year to justify when I'm making that kind of money? 135,000, I will embellish a small set. I will add 15,000. Let's say I'm making 145,000. How somebody will move from 135 to go to way 500,000? That's not making sense. Stop that. So don't even repeat that thing here. It's a lie. You also said we made no progress on inflation. You are basically going against the grill here because all our progress is documented in all the successive IMF reports. And I can furnish you with those reports. If you give me your WhatsApp, I will furnish you the quotes and all of the reports, all of the sources. I'll give you the data. Inflation went under us to double digit because of the macroeconomic situation we inherited. We did nothing and we saw the exchange rate escalating and inflation going on because of the lack of effective policies under the previous government. We complained, but we had to hunker down. We worked and we brought inflation down to single digit as low as 7%. That's a fact. Go to the CBL, go to the IMF, call anybody here. So you're wrong in that. We increased GDP growth. Ask the World Bank, go read the latest World Bank report. You see all the successive growth. For the last 3 years, we've had growth. Last year, growth is around 4.9%. Is that not an increase in GDP? You haven't seen that growth last year of 4.9% in the year before? You think how we're getting all the revenue increases? What are you talking about? So don't take my record, say, okay, last year growth was 4.9%, Mr. Minister, you agree. But the growth could have been 7.8%. Why? Then me and you arguing. But you can say, I'm doing 4.9%. Then how we even argue when you're lying? So 3 lies right there. You say we took a loan as a government of 1 billion from our external partners. That's another lie. The total external debt of the Republic of Liberia right now is around 1.2 billion. Unity Party 12 year plus CDC 6 year, all the external borrowing right now on record, that around 1.2 billion. So it's a lie from the belly of the devil, a diabolical lie that CDC alone borrowed 1 billion. I don't know who's feeding you this information, but I'm sorry, you're misleading the Liberian people. And on this show, if you got issues with economic facts, maybe I can provide a pro bono consultancy. Don't take it from me. I will send you information, look at it, and ask questions on that. Inflation trends, GDP growth trends. Then have the basic facts, and then you can ask questions. But you can't distort the facts. So we borrow 1 billion when the total borrowing for the last 15 years, 20 years, like 1.2 billion. It's totally wrong. My salary as a minister was 5,800. We brought salary from 7,800 and we cut it down to make room for poor Liberians to have a fairer share for our country. Thank you.
All right. So now, everybody. Oh, Pewee, sorry. I almost forgetting you. Pewee, man. My man, next time don't to do. Go ahead with your question. One question.
Can I please rebut? Can
you please give me the time to come in?
So the man just made some.
No. You can't debug. No, you can't debug right now. We've got to go to the next person.
Thank you, Ben. But no one going to get him a chance to do that. Thank you, Ben. For me, on a most serious note, I listened to the minister a while ago, and I've been saying this to myself. I can recall I was on a flight coming from Liberia, and I started to reflect on this process. That it was the reason of negative propaganda that led to the defeat of the CDC government. And the minister said it very well, and it's some of the reasons that is being to amplify on this medium today. And I think it's not our responsibility moving forward. I'm not going to ask the minister any question. I respect this minister. I believe he's one of the youngest ministers in our country history that set the pace to change the macroeconomics of our country. When he served as Minister of Finance and Development Planning, when the portfolio of development planning came there, when he served as minister, the second Minister of Finance and Development Planning, in less than 1 year, there are a lot of major road connectivity, infrastructure movement that brought economic value to most of the community in our country. Under his stewardship as Minister of Finance. And as he's elaborated just now, and one of the reasons, and folks were saying the last time, and part of our responsibility moving forward for me is to begin the process of telling the story and saying the myth and disinformation. Chuchu is one of those that always say things that you see how disoriented that he
Please
was.
don't attack. No, do not attack.
I'm not attacking. I'm not attacking.
Yeah, no, stay away from calling your panelists name.
Okay. No. I'm not.
Ben,
I'm not.
Ben, can you please allow the man to never
No,
attack you?
I'm the moderator. I know what I'm doing.
He's entitled to attack and say whatever he wants to say.
Hey, man, guys, you're stopping, man. Pew, just
he's entitled to say his comments. I will defend him.
Defend himself.
Go ahead. I'm not defending. I'm just saying something, right? Now, the reason about this and disinformation that's penetrating our society is enormous. So it behoves us to come and try to counteract some of those information as they unfold. And that's what I was saying. Now, but where the country stopped and basically where we saw our country move, in 9-10 months, there was extraordinary movement in the country in terms of road connectivity and other infrastructure development under the stewardship of this finance minister. And this man is the man that's left the Ministry of Finance, and there's different myths and different information unfolding. Now, there were most of them recently coming up saying he has gone just a fugitive. How was someone that aligned himself before with other international institutions, work with the government, will be a fugitive? And we saw recently he came to the country and he went through the legal process. And one of the things I'm very proud of, and I said it last time, I said the mantra of the neo-progressive is to catapult the image of the Republic of Liberia.
30 seconds.
He's a progressive, right? So this process here, and I'm not going to ask any question. What I'm going to push on, I'm going to conclude soon. What I'm going to push on is for us to begin the process of telling the story. What the we administration conducted and performed in the country. That's what we have to tell. It's about telling and revealing those things that we have in the country. But the 17,000, less than 17,000 vote difference, it was just negative propaganda. We have a situation in our country that most of our folks say the lies that is told, any rebuttal will be considered as true story. That's why in fact the we administration was not on the basis of malfeasance on the part of the administration. No, nothing whatsoever. And we're going to moving forward. We are not going to do this on the basis of intellectualism and protecting the defense, but we'll respect every other individual. But if you told last year, we'll debunk those lies and deflate your thought process about misinformation.
Thank you, Sylvester Pewee. Thank you. Now we're going to the second round. This is going to be
Mr. Neo-Progressive.
This is going to be an interactive round, right? We're going to start with Grace. She's the female on the platform, the only female on the platform. She has her rebuttal. She has her counterpunch. She wants to counterpunch the former minister. You will get your 2 minutes, Grace. So if you have a question, you can ask a question. If you want to use it as a chance to interact with him, the same goes with the rest of the panel. Grace, you can go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Tweh, I don't have nothing against you. My fight is for Liberia. I want you to understand that. And I will continue to fight for Liberia until my last breath. So when I came to you asking about that question, I don't think you should get mad with Alex, because when Front Page Africa told that story, you did not rebuttal it. So you can't blame us. Once you don't rebuttal it as a government official, we have to Front Page Africa, the same people on this closing argument said that Front Page Africa is the best newspaper. This Pewee were talking. He told us the same thing that
no attacking.
That's not how he talk now. They tell me another he used that word. Just saying he said I don't know what he mean by cataclysm. I don't understand. So, but anyway, he told us Front Page Africa one of the best newspapers. So I was quoting Front Page Africa. I did my research on that. But my question and also the indictment, I feel personally that's my personal opinion. You don't have to agree with me. I feel that the justice system is a two-tier justice system, because if you are not Samuel Tweh and then finance minister, today you are going to be behind bars. But they allow you to come to the airport. They not even arrest you. You went there and sell your bomb, because I feel the judicial system is a CDC judicial system and nobody can take that away from me. But my question to you is, according to the recent CBL audit report, your government borrowed $83 million from CBL from October to December with all legislature approval. That is the same thing here Joseph Boakai government start doing again. you Samuel Tweh say you took $24 million from the road funds to pay that in a violation of the you took $24 million to pay for road funds, and in that itself is a violation of the law. I want you to explain under the CDC inflation. I want you to explain that, and I just want you to know that under CDC inflation went up from 12. Inflation went up from 12.4% to 20. God, I wrote it down. God, I read it when I want you to explain this to 27% in less than six months. So, and the national poverty went up from 50.4 in 2018 to 55.5 in 2019. So, what do you explain about that? But you're still saying that your government was the best government and they did this and they did that. So, I don't understand it.
Okay, but let me say now. The World Bank latest report says CDC brought poverty down. Don't quote Samuel Tweh. Challenge the World Bank. Ben, have you guys seen the World Bank report here on the show?
I have.
Have you discussed the World Bank report? Because if you discuss the World Bank report, your partners should have the information and ask the World Bank why they're drawing their conclusions. And I'm fine with me. So why is she saying I'm saying national poverty and not the World Bank saying?
But the other report showing that
No, I'm coming there. I'm just saying, agree first of all, yes, the World Bank say poverty came down. I will ask the World Bank. Then you say it. But you can't say that me say it. So I'm not lying on that one. Okay. So I just wanted to note that one for the record. Did not rebut. I rebutted. That particular thing, I remember it, that people were saying I said 500,000. I went on EFBC. I clarified everything. But that's the problem with the country. When people want to believe a lie about you, they believe a lie about you because they have other motives. That thing was clarified. I would never ever state a salary that I am not making. It's not possible. From 135,000 to more than 300. I will inflate my salary like that. For what? Do you need that amount of money to buy a plane ticket? Do you need 500,000 to buy a plane ticket? 135,000, 200,000 to buy a ticket? Why gotta go to 500,000? Doesn't make sense. You have to accept that the paper was quoting me. Doesn't matter about Front Page Africa. It was misquoting me at the time. That's correct. Did I go and write a newspaper article to clarify in the paper? No. I did go to a radio station. I spoke. Did the paper carry it? No. The fact that you see it in the paper doesn't mean you can't hear your EABC or you look for it. You're wrong on that one again. You say, I came to the country and because I'm Samuel Tweh, that's why I'm out. Stanley Ford, who was also accused, never went to prison. He is not Samuel Tweh. He is not a finance minister. Why is Stanley Ford out, who was accused along with me, didn't go to jail, under bail, but you want Samuel Tweh to be in jail? You owe me that answer.
Because you fled the country for almost 2 months. You did not flee. You were not in the country for almost 2 months. Your indictment came out, and you never came back to bring us. You never came back to the country to the justice minister as you did now. The word is not coming to me, but you never came back to turn yourself in. Okay, let me say that.
But I'm back.
You took almost 2 months to turn yourself in.
But I have to perfect my legal process to come back. Why do you want? So is it your desire for me to come back and just be arrested for your satisfaction? You know, I don't do bond. I don't have a lawyer. I just come and go to jail so you can finally be happy. Is that your aim? No.
When you come back, you are arrested. It would be the right thing to do for our justice system so that people can see the world over and the people in the country that the justice system mean business. Because you are fly rate at this time, you took 2 months to turn yourself into the Liberian government and you refuse to turn yourself in at the time. So turn yourself in. That's the right thing to do. It send a message in the world over and in Liberia that we're not going to tolerate these kind of things. So because you're similar to it, so they allow you to build yourself up. Because
how about Stanley Ford, who is not Samuel Tweh? What about Stanley Ford, who is not Samuel Tweh? You can answer that one.
And I also want to ask you quickly, when you wrote out $10,000, when you wrote out first class, were you on government business or on your private business, number one? Did you go to do your private work or you went to go do government work? You think it was right as a finance minister in a poor country like Liberia? We were one of the poorest country in the world for you to be riding a first class flight and flying up and down in front of people who can't even find clean water to drink.
Okay, that's the last question from Grace. And Minister respond, and then we'll go to Tomalin George, and then we'll go around the home.
Okay, the last question was on road fund. The national legislature revised the appropriation of the road fund. The monies that were supposed to come under the road fund, they took it from the budget, and so it is not Samuel Tweh. The evidence is there. Go to the national legislature and find that out. I've been on this show for more than an hour now. You have basically said nothing factual in all your questions to me.
Grace, you finished?
So
please, Grace.
it's amazing to me.
Grace, you finished. We're not doing that, please, Grace. We gotta go to the next person.
Well, I've answered all your questions. Why you want me to answer your questions again?
All your questions. So let's go to Tomalin George. Tomalin George, please go ahead.
Taking in violation. How can you answer to that? You were finance minister of the country. It was taking in violation. Then you wonder why they put in you for all that money that they say you took. These are some of the discrepancies in your report. It doesn't add up.
Grace, thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to move, because there are other panelists in the back, so we're going to move some people and then bring them in. So Tomalin George, please ask your question while we to do. Grace, we'll move you a little bit for Kehleboe to come in, and then we'll bring you back.
You can go ahead.
All right, go ahead. But Kehleboe not even here today. So, okay, he's not here. Go ahead, Tomalin George, so she can stay.
Okay, Mr. Minister, recently I listened to one of the present Deputy Minister of Finance, somebody, he said that in 2023, the CDC government took money from its spending entities, and they were approved. And they said this money was put towards NSA and Ministry of Finance and so forth. Can you please clarify that on that issue?
I posted on that today because I knew I was coming to this to talk about off-budget.
Okay.
Off-budget spending has been a regular feature of Liberia public finance. The notion that off-budget is necessarily corruption is not correct. I did share an audit report from 2015-2016 that shows an off-budget spending of the previous government, the party under President Salif, of $128 million. I did say off-budget amounted to $97 million. So it's not an anomaly. I did also say in previous posts on audits of the consolidated, our government has never been disclaimed by the GAC. The United Party government has had disclaimers. Can we work to improve our budget expenditure? That is correct. The current government continues the pattern, but it's not something that you politicize. We have to prepare the three branches of government to sit down so that we minimize off-budget expenditure. The legislature, the executive have to work honestly, and that is possible. But it doesn't necessarily mean when you spend budget off. We gave National Election Commission $3 more million than the need for the election. Then it means our corruption money. That notion is wrong. It pollutes the public discourse. Doesn't also mean that it's not corruption. You have to go into the specifics of the situation. Yeah, that's what I'll say about that. I already posted on that.
Okay,
all right,
that's it. So Peabody, 1 second, please. 1 second. I'm trying to see. Okay, so nobody knew one. Okay, so Peabody, you go ahead with your one question or interaction.
Yeah, let me begin with interaction. Let me say, Mr. Tweh, really commend you for going back home. It's not really common among a lot of African politicians that would be in another country and return after a government having somehow indicted them. I think I commend you for taking that bold step. You took a very brave step. I don't know if I could do it, to be honest. You took a very brave step. But let me ask you, Mr. Tweh, what is one thing that you have hoped to do for Liberia? And let me say, what is your major regret? Something that you wanted to do and did not happen for you?
I think I've already answered that second question already. But let me go back to this first question. why you think you would not have come back to Liberia. And it's very important that the Liberians who are listening understand this question today. Because when Grace says she wants me arrested, Grace believes we're in 1980. Or she believes we're under rebel governance in the 1990s where there's not a rule of law. The fears of the trauma have not left some Liberians to believe that we have not departed from those things. So they do not have faith in the quality of democratic governance we enjoy, where no president has the singular power to put somebody in jail without the writ or consent of a sitting judge. Before, a president could just look at the army, the police, and say, y'all go bring somebody to the airport in jail. You're not even going to court. Let me assure you, Peabody, the confidence I have in the country called Liberia today is that we have a democracy that has limited to a significant extent the powers of the executive to abuse the rights of Liberians. We saw that happening under President Sirleaf. We saw that under President. There were small small here, invasion of CDC headquarters, things that happened under President, but largely we are under the dispensation of the rule of law, not the arbitrary enforcement of the whims and caprice of any sitting legislator or president or judge. So that is the faith I have in the country for which I can come to the country. If they were still in the 1980s, I would not come to the country. If we were in the 1990s, I will not come to the country because I will be afraid for my life. Not just the thing I'm talking about, say I want the people to make image of me. I will not have that concern in the 1980s. I will be having what I will be on the ground. You see the issue? So, I'm not afraid of democratically elected governments in Liberia from this year going forward into eternity. So you will have to come. You just have to come on it. But let me tell you something. When I was coming, I believe there were people in the executive who wanted to arrest me. But also there were people in the executive who know that we are not in the dispensation of the 1980s. So there's a clash. So I'm having this debate because some people think we stay in the 1980s. Some people believe we have moved from the 1980s. The people who knew that I cannot be arrested when I'm coming to justice probably prevail. Because it would be like you are witch hunting the man. He's coming to justice. You're just making him popular. You're going illegally arresting. We don't want that. The president is out in America on the day where he's supposed to be speaking. You're trying to arrest somebody. Why you want to do that? Let him go to court. You'll go prosecute him. If he's guilty, we will put him in jail. That argument, I believe, prevailed because those Liberians who prove that argument, not like the Liberians like Grace, who believe arbitrary abuse of people's rights is the norm to satisfy a political ego. The people in the United Party who prevail that you can't arrest Samuel Tweh because, number one, he's coming to face justice. It would make all of us look bad. That voice, I'm confident that voice exists among some members of the United Party. I'm confident that today we have a democracy that can sustain that, and that's why I returned to the country.
Lastly, you said you already answered that.
And then, yeah, I think the only regret I have, again, is the whole private sector question. And Mr. Garguah is listening to me. The legislature, the speaker may be listening to me. The president office is listening to me. To solve poverty, to solve job creation, we have to solve why banks are sitting on gazillion millions of United States dollars, and that money is not going to productive sectors, but only importing rice, importing fuel oil, and fuel and those kind of fish, that kind of stuff. Why is it that it's not going to the mom and pop small shops that are hiring 10 Liberians? Let's address that problem. We start the turnaround for sustained growth in the country. We're going to do that. The new minister and the new government are challenged to do that. If they don't do that, they're going to be in problem because that's the only needle Liberian people are looking at right now. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to Lofa next, but I want to give my one question. It's not.
Can you give me your minute because Tweh call my name? I need to respond to Mr. Tweh.
Grace, I beg you.
I beg you, yeah, girl. I beg you. Ben, I beg you.
You ask for it. Go ahead.
I beg you, Ben.
You so give me 2 minutes. Seriously. Let me respond to Mr. Tweh. Mr. Tweh, I don't remember with the 1980s. I know there was a coup and everything. I don't remember much. I think I said was kind of young. So it happened there. I understand what you're saying. In the real world, today's the 21st century. I don't want you to kind of sit here and start to mislead at Brentpo and say, oh, this and that. There are multi-millionaires in America that were indicted. He went to the courts and the court made sure that he was put back behind bars because the level of his indictment. And that's my point to you. You cannot come tell us here that the judicial system argue and this and that, and you were not supposed. The justice system is your people. Your CDC people make sure you kept them in that place because so you can be able to save yourself. And that's just the truth. But I want to make a correction with you. A former Solicitor General United Tweh, the former National Security Advisor Jefferson Camo, were indicted, arrested, and denied bond because they could not make bail. They didn't have the luxury for 2 months to be passing around and decide, okay, I feel it now, and I enjoy myself. Now I feel it coming now for them to arrest me or for them to give me bond for me to be free, passing around from radio station so I can clear my name. They did not have that luxury. So you can't come to us here. The average Aboriginal will not even have that other luxury that you have. So you cannot come and tell us here and say, oh, other people they did the same thing and they're allowing to go free. No. They allow you to go free. You are on the platform here with me today, so I have to ask you the question. So you can't continue becoming, like I doing any kind of bad thing because Liberia don't have the rule of law, doesn't work in Liberia. And y'all know when y'all are living power, y'all set it up that way so it can benefit you because y'all know what will coming for you after. So that's just it. Okay.
You see, listen. I just listened to somebody commenting saying Nyanti Tweh could not make bail. You see how misinformation is dangerous? Based on what she just said, somebody is posting where maybe they could not make bail and Mr. Tweh could make. That is not true, Mr. Commenter, because it's a lie. Nyanti Tweh will never deny bond. What happens is that if they indict you, the executive can come to you and put you in jail while you go to the court to secure your bond. When you get your bond, they will release you in 24 hours, in 48 hours, in 72 hours. So it's not that they were denied bond. They did not have the time to move to the court process. They were in jail. If I was in Liberia, I would have gone to jail the same way. You understand that? The judge explained that when in a ruling. I was not in Liberia. If I were in Liberia, the police would have come to my house, and it's legal because they have the legal right to do that while you process bail. Nyanti Tweh is now outside under bail. That's why he was released. When they presented the bill, so the other people were released. Stanford did not report himself. When he reported himself finally, he got released. He didn't go to jail. And I came in. So
thank you.
The power of misinformation is so damaging. That when you say something like they were denied bond.
Grace, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Okay, so I will tell commenters when people on the show say something, fact check it before you comment or believe it. The woman said denied bond. That's not true. The government you're spoiling your government need. Your government didn't deny the people bond. Your government just used the opportunity that as an executive they had the right to put them in jail while they search for the bond. That I seen 1 hour and 1 day, 2 day thing they won't do with Samuel Tweh. But when I'm in the country, I came now. The problem now is that when I'm coming to go get my bond and you arrest me, I will give you my hand. Because I'm coming for the bond. So you can't make morale on me now.
Thank you. Yeah. So let me ask that.
No, the other thing she said in America, that a judge, Donald Trump was indicted in America. They put him in jail.
Are you running for president?
Grace.
Yes,
Oh, no,
he turned himself in.
not because Donald Trump running for president. No,
Yes.
Donald Trump was indicted.
Donald
Grace,
Trump
this is
turned
They
not
put him in jail. All the other people,
Yes.
listen, not only Donald Trump, many other people in America are indicted. They put him in jail.
Yes, he went to jail, and he went to jail.
Okay, guys. First of all,
Stand
we're
up
not
to
going
it.
to disintegrate the
So
show.
go read the news.
We're not going to disintegrate. We're not going to disintegrate. The show is not going to go get disorganized. We've been doing well. Let's move forward. Let's welcome Professor Kennedy.
Okay,
Professor Kennedy, it's good to see you.
Mr. Tweh ask a question.
No, but Grace, you're not the only two. You're not the only
No,
panelist on the show. You
Ben,
Well,
let me
let's
Ben,
turn
I've
this
been
to
more than accommodating here. There are 10
Ben,
people
Ben,
on the show.
Ben, just 1 second.
Well,
Ben.
let you-
No,
leave the show
no,
in a
M.
second.
Jones. Alex,
Listen,
please
Ben,
wait. Alex,
listen to what I'm saying. I want to leave the
Alex,
show.
Alex,
so
you
other
are not
people
the
can come on.
moderator, and please respect.
I'm
the
telling you, I
rules.
want to leave. I have to
No.
leave. So I want to just ask my
But
question.
then, Alex, then take your exit. Then take your exit.
Okay.
Clean
I'll
up
wait
the
for
let me just jump in here a second.
I know you want me to leave,
You can do
so
that.
I can leave your man Samuel to about
So Ben, you said, okay,
drop the
Minister
show.
Tweh,
is it my time to ask? Is it my time to ask?
nice seeing you
Not
again.
classroom.
It's been a while.
Guys,
we have a moderator. Let the moderator speak,
I
man.
will,
My man,
I'm going to
it's
say
all
this.
cool.
Anybody who interrupt the show, I will move them.
Yeah, let the man
Let's
speak.
move
When you're
forward.
talking, he will call
Because
you.
we actually, I don't know what is
Yeah.
this. We need to stop. People are listening. Thousands of people are listening to us. Let's move forward. Professor Kennedy, we want to welcome you to the show. Mr. Tweh, I have a quick question for you, and then we'll go to Lofa, and then we'll let Professor Kennedy chime in. He just come in, and then we'll go to the rest of the folks to come in. My question to you has to do with the CBL. There was an accusation, or I think in the indictment, or even I know the other report that talk about the habit of people receiving cash when they go to the CBL, large sums of cash being taken at the CBL counter in the tunes of millions of dollars. When did this practice start? If it is true, because it is in the other report, and there is something that continue under your stewardship, and why did you not? Is there now a better way that we can do our transaction when it comes to money, when it comes to the government, the circulation of money, when it comes to government?
A lot of those over the cash transactions have to do with security agencies. A lot of it. The security agencies are protected by law to operate the way they operate. You have to change the law today to change that. So I read in the other report, I think there were checks going around NSA that checks. NSA deals in cash. Security people are not into check writing, all of that. So the act protect them. So a lot of those things you see in the audit talking about, they're not auditing NSA, but those are the cash flow, those are the transaction processes. They're dealing with emergency situations in the field. They have to deal with cash like that. They don't want traceability. They're protected by law.
So all of
That's
the
all I can say.
all of the cash transactions were done under security. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, a large chunk of it, I imagine, because the other entities that are not covered by such law should technically be doing the PFM system. So I would imagine a large chunk of that will be security. And it's happening right now as we speak today. That's a system they have. It hasn't changed under Madam Seli. It didn't change under WIA. It also has not changed under President Boyka.
Thank you. Let's go
They're
to Professor
protected by law.
Kennedy. Let's go to Professor Kennedy. Lofa, Lane, just chime in, and then we'll go to Lofa, and then we'll come to the rest of the Johnny, Robert, and then everybody else. Yeah. Go ahead, Professor Kennedy.
Minister Tweh, nice to see you again. It's been a long time since we chatted. So just want to get a sense of how things operate in Liberia and just your feedback in terms of where the current administration is heading. We know that in 2007, 2008, the financial crisis hit. The world was impacted as a whole. Liberia experienced a long downturn in economic performance. That was followed immediately when all the countries came out of the financial crisis. Immediately, like in December of 2013, Ebola hit. And we saw that, again, that was right after the election. Ebola hit. The same administration, they had a second financial meltdown because of Ebola. Fast forward, as soon as the CDC came in, not long after that, COVID hit. And we saw the administration going through a lot of turmoil, right? So looking historically, one can expect that this current administration
it's highly possible they're going to run into some sort of a global financial crisis. Do you think this administration is kind of prepared based on what you've seen so far in the first 8 months to handle any type of downturn? Because every time we have a financial crisis, unemployment goes up, the GDP, the total production of the country goes down, and the people tend to suffer. So I just mentioned 3 instances during the administration lifetime where people suffer because of a global financial crisis. Do you think this administration is prepared if we were to have one, which I think is more than likely going to happen? What are your thoughts? I kind of want to get a sense of where you think this administration is headed.
I think they have the fundamentals in place to deal with a major crisis that we didn't have, that Madame Sirleaf probably didn't have. So we learned from Madame Sirleaf Ebola. We learned from our macro. We had 2 crises. We had a macro crisis, and then we had COVID. So we learned from all those set of experiences and put in place structures that will enable the country to cope with any financial contagion. Now, not to say if a financial crisis happens, they are not going to be affected, but they are in a much better position than we were, than the former president, Madame Sirleaf, was, because we have all this knowledge now. We have all this stuff in place about macro, our systems to control inflation, all of that, better plan to do that. Will they be able to do that? That's a question I will not get. But the fundamentals are right for them to deal with any spillover from a global impact here. Revenue base is higher, right? That's why you see our budgets now in 700. If you go back to all the old budget, you see budget in 500, 600, 500. Now all the budget are in 700 because the revenue base is higher. So they're in a much better situation to deal with. I mean, I know you're asking, for example, there's this flare up in Israel.
Right.
The knowledge about, the Middle East could get caught up. Rice. The big challenge now they have to be thinking about is that how do you get rice in the country?
Right.
If everybody holding and ships can pass the Middle East. So we should be thinking now about large stocks. Our stocks should be triple the size they were under us because of their potential. So I'm saying the framework is there. If are they able to access that framework, utilize it to avert any deleterious impact of a global contagion, I mean that the jury is out on that one. But I would be surprised if they don't move fast. Yeah, on the crisis.
Yeah, you got the point, because you see what's going up in Gaza, you see what took place over the hitting Yemen, you see what's happening with Hezbollah over in Lebanon, you see all these issues. And every time the poor, the underdeveloped or the developing countries, the people always tend to suffer when these things tend to happen. So I always have been interested in understanding the government in place. What are their strategies to make sure they can avert this? And you mentioned, having a large cache of like rice or, double or tripling it, kind of thinking in advance. Let me ask this other question real quick before I pass the mic over. Yeah. I noticed that I think it was December of 2019, you wrote the director of the IMF, Christina, I can never pronounce her last name, and you mentioned some of the issues. Right. And you mentioned some of the issues that were taking place in the country. And I think that led to the government entering the extended credit facility program. In addition to that, we see recently the current government is going to hop into the same extended credit facility program. It took you guys a little over a year or so to enter that program. It took this government less than 1 year to jump into the program. Can you think of an instance, a country, anything you can come up with that have utilized the IMF ECF program to get the country into like a middle income state? Has the IMF programs ever worked to successfully take people out of poverty? Because why we keep using the same strategy that doesn't seem to work? And I totally agree with you, with someone who worked in the banking sector for 40 years, no country has ever developed without building your financial sector. So you need a way to get money from people who are saving it to people who want to use it for business. So you got to get the money from the banks into the entrepreneurs. Can you think of any country you think that have been successful in using the IMF loans to get the people out of poverty? Because why we keep using that strategy? What are your thoughts on that, Chief?
I see a thinly veiled criticism.
No, man.
Of
You
the
know,
I-
if I want to criticize, I would criticize.
No. A thinly veiled criticism of the IMF there, but it's a good question. You know, the way I see the IMF, in my
Okay, you're right.
understanding.
I'm not a big fan of the IMF. I would admit that.
Okay, that's why I say I see where you're going with your line of questioning. You know, the IMF is like this. You see your neighbor. Your neighbor son should be in school. Every time you look out the window, let's say you take a vacation for 1 month, you're staying home, you're not going to work. But you notice the neighbor doesn't go to school. You also notice that he's not being careful, but you also notice he got money. It will concern you. You probably will go say, but I mean, I see you, you're drinking, you're doing plenty of things, but this child is supposed to be in school. Why is it that you're not using your income to send your son to school to get him good food, the way other children who even poorer than you doing? Why are you treating the boy like this? Like what the IMF doing to countries. The IMF is basically saying, don't borrow, you're making $300, don't go take a loan for $2,000. When you take a loan for $2,000 and you're making only $300, how you pay back? The people could garnish and you could suffer. So they say, borrow according to your income. It's just a set of measures. I think it's over politicized because of many of the things that have happened, the way the programs are structured. And let me tell you, the criticism I have of the Bretton Woods system is not that their programs may not work and all of that. It's logically designed, but it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It seems to be like, if you're not in the program, then, you may not make it. Not that you can make it when you're out of the program, but it's harder because there's a reputation they have that nobody is looking at your finances, your macroeconomic system to certify you could be risking. So if you don't have the IMF badge, investors will be scared of you. Ghana went out of that system. Ghana is going back to the IMF. You see the story? Because when the crisis hits, where do you have to turn? You have to turn to the IMF. Abidjan, many countries went to the bond market. They borrowed extensively. When COVID came, all of them ran into problem. The IMF would have advised that they do not take that borrowing. So who's right now? They went on their own. They're in trouble. They go back to the IMF. If the IMF have advised them, they would not have gone to market. It's a balancing act. You can't discredit the IMF. They're playing a fundamental role in guiding countries toward fiscal consolidation, fiscal prudence. Don't take too much debt. Like right now in Liberia, we need $1 billion, let's say, to do all our roads. Our GDP is 3-point-something billion. If you take $1 billion, our debt right now is $2 billion. Total debt. If somebody give us $1 billion loan, our debt is $3 billion. We are at debt to GDP of 90%. You almost borrow your entire GDP. If a crisis hits, we are in crisis. So this is what the IMF is trying to avoid. Cut your clothes according to your measurement, as we say in Liberia. Take a spoon. Don't take a large bite that you can swallow. Do it gradually. So there are countries. Most of the countries you're talking about had IMF programs. The programs structured them on a financial path to then move to sustainability in the private sector. But it's not that the IMF didn't advise them.
Ben, I'm sorry, but just this last tiny itty bit question, because the minister just mentioned something. The two countries you mentioned, Ivory Coast and Ghana, you talk about them going to the sovereign debt market to borrow using
That's
bonds.
correct.
Yeah. Is there any reason why, and we know that in order to access capital, you need to have some ratings for whether it's Fitch.
That's correct.
Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Dun & Bradstreet, one of those credit rating agencies. Is there any reason why Liberia never fixed its credit ratings so they can go to the sovereign debt market to borrow rather than rely on it?
When I became minister, I had a quick meeting with Ben in Washington in 2018. That was the first thing on my agenda. I want to rate Liberia so we can go to the forum. After my series of meetings with everybody, I been on that path. So you're right. I did look into it. I did talk to Citi. I did talk to folks about rating, man. the fundamentals, the macro were not even there for us to even start that. Yeah, so we had to work to get the macro in place. This government should sustain the macro credibly over the next 3-4 years. Once the macro is certified on the IMF program at the end, we should be able to start looking at rating Liberia now. After 4 years of this current IMF program, the new government, or even this current government, because they have 6 years, they should be able to get back to the conversation about rating. Because by then, we have had one program, they had a program, we had a program, so you have a success history to look at the fundamentals. The rating agencies can look at and start seeing whether they can assign you junk status, negative C, whatever. You start from there. But I will not advise until the end of this program that they're going to.
Are you saying that after 12 years of Madison Relief with a World Bank experience and Citibank experience, you never even put those things in place to get Liberia sovereign debt rating?
No. I'm saying, I don't know it, but I'm saying I started the conversation on rating. My dear friend and brother, Dr. James F. Colley, helped me. We had a lot of conversation about rating. He said, look, let me connect you with Citibank guys. But after the extensive discussions, it was clear that let's get into the IMF first. Let's pass some time, build some data, and that's it. I'm not aware that the previous government, there are a lot of missed opportunities under the Sylvester administration.
But thanks, Minister Tweh.
Thank you, Professor Kennedy. Let's go to Lofa Julius. Lofa Julius, coming with your interaction.
Thank you. Mr. Finance Minister, are you aware of the current unemployment rate? Prior to your departure, let's start with that. Prior to your departure, were you notified of the unemployment rate? And in addition to that, are you informed of the current unemployment rate?
Unemployment data in sub-Saharan Africa is not something that you're seeing in any macroeconomic report because the framework is not there. One of the conversations I've had with partners, the World Bank, is we got to move to a regime where we start measuring. The labor force survey is always controversial. It happened under Madam Sadi where they said the unemployment is only 4% because they're counting all the vulnerably employed. You remember that? When our labor force survey, I don't tend to take that. I want us to go to a system under the Bureau of Labor Statistics in America where they're able to predict private sector jobs, but it takes a lot of macroeconomic modeling. We're trying to have those conversations, but we're just dealing with too many things. We didn't put it on the bump. There are ways you can estimate employment through revenue collection. So I'm saying those are unsolved things, unfinished things, conversation we started that a new minister can take on. It will be work in progress. I don't see any reliable, nobody following unemployment in Africa. European people, American people doing that thing. Today you add 200,000 jobs. It's a sophisticated thing, but we can do it. If you put your mind to it, you can do it. It's possible. It's a challenge to the current government to do so.
Considering the fact that, again, you came to that position from an economic background, and one will consider you, correct me if I'm wrong, an economist, all right? You will think that you probably have an idea of what mechanism to put in place to address some of that concern.
I agree
that it is, in the continent of Africa, that is a major concern. What mechanism did you attempt or did you put in place that probably could be used by the current administration to hopefully help provide the data to help upcoming government or future administration to quarantine or fight the issue of poverty in Liberia, considering the fact that the IMF will provide what they think is the number, to defend what they believe is in Liberia. But when we look at the people in the country, the masses, it appears as though, if I am to estimate, unemployment rate will be at 99.99% because vast majority of our people live in abject poverty. What mechanism or attempt did you put in place and left behind for the current government?
Well, I just said we had at several IMF World Bank meetings. I had technical meetings with the partners. I discussed with World Bank country manager about the need that we start estimating private sector jobs, employment trends. It's a work. You have to put the system in place. It is not in place. We're no longer there. We did try to put something together, but it's work in progress. It didn't take off. We had very productive meetings around it, but it didn't take off. Again, we were overwhelmed, as you're aware, with a lot of crisis in our administration. We pray, God, that this current administration is not buffeted. We pray for the Israeli crisis not to come to a head so that we don't have any major shutdown. Because once you have that shutdown, the whole concentration of the government from the kind of macroeconomic planning is disturbed. And the rest of the world, people will not be coming here talking about macroeconomic modeling when people ain't get rice shortage, all that crisis happening. So crisis can derail from this kind of planning. But let's pray for stability under them, and so they can take on that conversation. I don't think we're able to migrate to that system. It will have a lot of work to do, but in 4 years, my estimate is that you can get to a framework which is not the BLS in America or France, but we start credibly announcing private sector jobs created, unemployment levels. Right now, we're looking at poverty studies that the World Bank will do to estimate poverty trends. That's what's happening in developing countries because of the large informality. But the new minister can definitely take on this challenge, and
Thank you.
He can make progress
And
on
I close on this note. So, just for the sake of clarity, you are not aware of the current unemployment rate because
I will not wager any number. I will not. I will be. I've said that. When I was finance minister, I never provided any number because I'm an honest man. I'm honest. I don't like to lie. I don't like to deceive.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You don't like to lie. That's a good thing. Hopefully, you make it to heaven. Like I will. But in all honesty, you can't provide that information. And secondly, you agree with me that you did not put in place any mechanism.
Well, I said that.
Yeah, I agree. I just, again, as I stated earlier, for the sake of clarity for our listening audience, you did not do as much as expected to hopefully address some of this issue when it comes to implementing.
I didn't do what nobody doing in the region, so you agree me like that. I told you most African countries are not estimating job. So the complexity of that should tell you is a difficult challenge. You think my Minister of Finance performance will be based on that indicator? If that's the indicator you want to judge me by?
All right. No, thank you, guys.
Then most finance ministers are already failed.
Can I land, please?
Oh, I thought you were done.
Well, no, I think the former finance minister made a point. Why it is true that the rest of the continent may not be achieving at that level. What we expect is we don't put ourselves in the bracket to limit our expectation because we are far behind, and in that regards, we should also attempt to at least fight to get ahead. We need to excel. So I think your perspective of things is that you just wanted to remain like the rest of the other countries around the world.
No. Don't misunderstand me. I told you, if you ask the former former country manager of the World Bank, Kwema, if you ask the IMF, we had extensive conversations around that. And my take is that it takes a lot of work to put those systems in place. It was not something on my agenda that I was pursuing every day, but it was something on the back burner. The fact that we didn't achieve it doesn't mean that I didn't do well. So don't grade me. I'm appealing to you. Don't grade me on that score. The current finance minister can take on that challenge. In 5 years, I believe we can get a framework. We'll not still be there. Now we can turn over to the next administration that will continue. And maybe within the next administration, we should do trial runs. That's my prognosis.
Thank you. Alex, Togar, and then Robert Garguah, go to Johnny.
Okay, thank you.
Ben, thank you. I didn't mean to.
Now,
No. Let's go to Togar, please, and then we'll kind of.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Now, Mr. Minister, there was this controversial statement made by you on the heels of the election that spun for a lot of periods. It had to do with this whole issue of Liberia giving electricity to the Ivory Coast. And I think that thing went viral. In fact, recently, we got some news all in the air that the country currently owes the Ivorian government, I think around $15 to $19 million for electricity. I don't know, how do you just oppose that? And what can you say to the public about that statement? Because there was never a time to come back to ever clear the air as to whether Liberia was actually giving Ivory Coast current when we ourselves were struggling. What do you say about this time?
No, the LEC CEO manager did clarify that, and I think I did speak to that because the information that I got it from the LEC people. There's something called the switch system. So it's an electricity flow trading system under the CSG. So they are trading electricity across zones. Because of the deficient infrastructure in Liberia, you are not able to access certain quantum, all right, at a given time, and you could have excess at a certain period, and so you are able to trade that excess and get money to pay to expand your infrastructure. That's it. That's just the trading system. I mean, it's not happening regularly, but at that period of time where it happened, the money we're owing La Côte d'Ivoire, we didn't have to send it there. So the man would come to me and say, Minister, I need $2 million. When that thing happened, he didn't have to come to me for that $2 million. It means that $2 million that I didn't give to him to give the Ivory Coast, I could give it to him to expand transmission grid, saying we're not paying the debt. So the debt went down, Liberia debt. So it went down by that trade facility. That was just the point. Yeah. In an election, you politicize everything, but it's not that we are sending electricity to Ivory Coast, depending on Liberia to supply them. That was not that. It was that there was a net gain that got credited to Liberia's debt. So Liberia's debt went down by that net gain. And I didn't have to send that money to Ivory Coast or give it to LEC. I could then take that same amount and do something for LEC to continue expanding. So it was a positive development.
Now, let me run you through quickly to the map-up exercise, the 25
So,
million.
but how I say that, boy, I see 2 questions when we were to tell them one show.
I thought you said that time for interaction.
Grace, please stop, man.
That's what it said.
Grace, you really need to
I'm asking you a question.
But Grace, you have spoken more on the show than any other panelist. You have been single-handedly spoken more on the show.
Great. I've been waiting for almost an hour.
I still have questions for Mr.
Almost
Tweh.
an hour.
Mr. Tweh needs somebody that need to ask him the question so he can clarify it. Need to bring people. So
Grace, you're not the only panelist on the show.
But you're asking the question that you're asking irrelevant.
Grace, well, then that's your call. You will
honor ask the same question.
Great. That's wrong. You can tell people to ask irrelevant questions.
So here's the thing.
Go ahead, please.
The 25 million mop-up exercise. I saw the report from Governor Petrie, and I don't know whether this mop-up exercise had anything to do with his early, departure from the Central Bank of Guar. But we're talking 25 million, and they were talking about 17 million that was actually infused into the economy, and around 8 million was still sitting at the Central Bank of Liberia. I don't know, was there anything done with that extra 8 million that did not reach the people? And I'm tying this into the growth of the economy. You kept talking about private sector investment. Now, one of the challenges we have as a country is that everybody runs to the government. Take, for example, I think the CDC put between 3,000 to 5,000 people on the government payroll. And I think the Unity Party might even do more. Meta Steel, for example, as a company, probably is only employing around $2,000 to $3,000. You had HPX. Yeah, you had HPX that was coming in thinking that they would have even invested a little more using our rail, put some money into the budget pipeline, but that money was placed in our budget line, but HPS did not come in. Some people say, and you even say, it was tied into quote-unquote your sanction. Now, how do we get these companies in, but not tying them to improving, local employment opportunities? Why do we have a company like Meta? Every new government, like under the George Weah administration, we're talking about 800 million investment. Immediately, Bwaka King, the CEO of the company, ran to Liberia and was already talking about 1 billion investment. How these investment tie into job creation is a problem. And Liberia's basic issue, and I don't know why every minister of finance that will come in or people that will drive the economy of the country are not focusing on this key bread and butter issue about job creation. We'll be focusing on the only way we can create jobs in the country is how we can put plenty people on the payroll for the government. Why don't we push these companies to begin hiring more people that can lessen attraction for government jobs? Thank you.
If you had 10 ArcelorMittals, you know the total number of people jobs you will have. You say 2000, 2005. Let's say ArcelorMittal hiring 2005. 10 ArcelorMittals will hire 25,000 Liberians. That's nothing. 10 ArcelorMittal. That means you have to have maybe 5 more mountains like Nima Mountain, Wologisi in the country, which you don't have. So you can have 10 more ArcelorMittal. But let's theoretically say 10 more ArcelorMittal were possible. You can hire 25,000 Liberians. If you ran a shop, a small restaurant that said it was hiring 25 Liberians, and you needed only 35 or 50,000 US dollars to set up that shop, and if there were 1,000 you setting up that shop, you will hire 25,000 Liberians. So that's to tell you that you don't need 10 ArcelorMittals. The real jobs in any economy are not going to be provided by these large multinationals. No. Yes, they will come, they will help the country with revenue, they will help with our infrastructure, they will hire 2,000, 3,000 people. The jobs that I'm talking about, for which I say the current minister has to focus, and as a country, and which you rightly say, is to get small businesses to get loan so they can open a shop, they can link to a manufacturer, they can do some processing, and they can hire more people. They need access to finance. For that to also happen, we need to bring the cost of electricity down so that their costs can also come down. Those are the bread and butter nitty-gritty that will have to happen. If we don't do that, we're going to run into the problem. Of course, we have to continue to expand electricity infrastructure, continue to develop roads, ports. The Buchanan port is there. Make sure APM terminal has the port now, expand it so it's bigger, all kinds of things. So more goods can come into the country, a lot of work. But it's not the big companies that are coming, that's going to make the difference for us in terms of hiring. LU had a commencement. Everybody who graduated from LU and all the universities are prepared for the job market. There are children who are graduating from technical vocational institutions that are prepared for the job market. Those jobs have to be created by small-scale industries, light manufacturing, small fruit juice processing, all those kind of things. And I think that's the untapped potential. Our development plan as PAPD 2 was going to focus on that in fishery, in the forestry sector, all those interlinkages. I hope that the arrest agenda is going to, they're taking this advice from me. If I had an opportunity to read the agenda, my advice would be you have to pivot to these small skills thing, bring the partners around that, and let's work to that. Yeah, but it's a valid concern you have, but it's not the big companies. The propaganda we have is that investment is going to come down. Came down on the CDC. It's not true because you have a limited B Mountain, ArcelorMittal, all the forestry, they're limited. All right, they hire, they pay their taxes. That's about it. But I think our focus has to move away from that. We got to go to small businesses. Most of the jobs in the world are provided by firms that hire, between 5 to 10 people. That's economics research has proven that. Most of the jobs in the world, in Germany, in London, in New York, in the developed
Thank
countries.
you, Mr. Minister. I want us to go to Robert and then we'll go to Chuchu Jones, please. Robert, quickly, because we're not. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to say in my interaction, I'll ask one question, but I just want to say, and I think this is important for listening audience. Look, I want us to fight corruption, and if Simon Tweh and others are found guilty of the accusation, they should be in jail. I truly believe that. But we've got to be careful. We watched a judiciary system in 2019 indict and charge Charles Saliv. We saw them in handcuff. What became of that charge? All charges were dropped. We also saw a judiciary system prosecute and found guilty Gloria Scott. At the time, those who were in opposition did not trust the judiciary system. They said that it was witch hunting. Well, she was found guilty, and the first Supreme Court recently overturned that verdict, and Gloria Scott today is free, right? And we've seen these things play out. I think that anyone who is accused of a crime in our country have the right to defend him or herself, and we should assume that they're innocent until proven guilty. In my own opinion, I've said this and I'll say this again because I know the country is watching. I think this is all bluff. I don't think the government has the proof or the facts to adequately prosecute Simon Tweh and others. I think this was another headline spectacle, right? Get him in handcuff, make the headlines, and then as time goes by, we drop the cases against him. This is wrong. We cannot continue to waste taxpayer dollars to make or score political points. We saw what happened with Alice Cummings during the election. We've got to stop that. If we must fight corruption, if we must have a judiciary system that is independent, that is at the level to function at an independent level, we must invest in them, we must support them, but we cannot continue these political points and these witch hunts. If you have the facts, put the facts out. The public must know the facts. What is the government waiting for to put the facts out? So I will say, Simon Tweh, if he found guilty, anyone else found guilty, I'm not a big fan of these guys. They should rot in jail because our country deserves better. But I'm not going to indulge or entertain all these political bluff. You have no facts. Don't waste taxpayer dollars. Focus on what the bread and butter issue here for our people and stop all of this nonsense. But look, let me ask you this question, Simon Tweh. Government remains the highest employer in our country. It did not start under your administration. It did not start under Ellen's administration. And I'm sure it will not end under Joseph Boaka's administration. What do we need to do? And what did your government do to ensure that we will put a mechanism in place to reduce the size of government? The reason why you have all of these ghost names and all of these folks on government, because to be honest with you, people cannot go in the private sector and apply for a job and work those jobs. The jobs in the private sector are not attractive enough. Companies that are coming in town are coming in the country. We don't have the human capacity for folks to work those jobs, right? What can we do as a country as we forge ahead to ensure that we have small government, to ensure that government is not the most attractive in our country, right? And to invest in the competitiveness of the private sector. What can we do from an economic perspective to once and for all see that happen in our country?
I mean, I think thank you, Robert. We've touched on some of that here. What do we need to do to really stimulate the private sector? I agree with you, but I would not advise any government to sort of put people down from the payroll. The people who are on the payroll are supporting the macroeconomy. Like I said, if you put 2,000 persons down, you're actually causing poverty for around 20,000 persons in the country. So if this government put 2,000 people down, you can expect that the poverty index will go down by about 20,000 people who were depending on the income that no longer is going to be there. I don't think it's good for the country's circular flow, consumption and all of that. It's not good. So people who are advising the president to put that are wrongly advising him. What I will agree with you on is you need to stabilize the wage. This is what we try to do. Under the IMF program, the IMF is going to be monitoring the wage of this current government. They were monitoring our wage. Our wage was 297 million for the duration of. So that's without wage stability, you will hire health workers, some judges, the essential people who are supposed to be changed over time. When people retire, you give it to the Ministry of Health, you give it to the judiciary, because you need these people as critical public institutions. So that is what you have to do. But to say the government will just drop people down and bring the wage bill is 70,000. I mean, the number of people on the payroll is 70,000. 77, maybe now, no, 70,000 when I was there. It will go to 77,000. It's going to 80,000. You can clearly see. Keep it there for a long time, but pivot to the private sector. Maybe I'll save that one. I have a proposal that's more controversial. I share it with the IMF, with our government, but it has political ramifications. I shared that with the World Bank. I said, listen, one of the ways we can solve the private sector problem, there are 70,000 Liberians. Some of them making $150. And in the next 10 years, if you're making $200, that's about 200 times 10 or 2,000. So like about maybe 24,000 you're making, right? Okay. If you're making like 2,000, not 24,000, but 2,500, somebody making 2,500 a whole year. Somebody making 3,000 a whole year. Imagine that man. If you look at him and say, you got 10 years to work in the government. Over the 10 years period, we're prepared to give you $40,000. So you move into a productive enterprise. You free the government payroll. We asked the World Bank, we asked the IMF for a $300 million loan facility, reduce the wage from 70,000 Liberians and bring it to 35,000 Liberians. I'm just following the line of your thinking. So the wage is down. The $300 million, use it to invest it in the private sector. I floated that idea. Some of our people said, listen, the people will eat that money and come back to the government to get back on the government payroll. I said, but how? We set up a system where that will help them to manage the money. Because they may getting $300 every month for 10 months at 3,500 a whole year. Why you can take the 40,000, go into small scale farming, the agency help them provide job, and they turn that 30,000 to 60,000. They say we don't have that experience. The people eat all that money and come protest. So the former protester, Mr. Minister, when we finish with the election, you bring that proposal, we can look at it. But you're not going to do it for the election. The people can protest so we can lose the election. I'm just floating that out because this is serious. The wage bill is high. Private sector is not growing. That's where people should go. We don't have the money to turn the private sector around. Money sitting with banks. Banks not lending anybody besides trade, rice, in tradables, rice, fuel, agriculture sitting dead. Small scale processing sitting. They can't get the money they need to do. They have wonderful investment plans when you go to banks, but no banks will touch it with a 10-foot pole because they say the non-performing loan is high, the risk is high. You solve that problem, you solve Liberia's problem. I keep refraining it.
30 seconds.
I keep repeating, and for me, that's the focus of the government, should be of the government of the country.
So, and I get that, and the stability of the wage bill, that's awesome, right? But I don't think that you have to focus on that if you had reduce the size of government. And I think that in order to reduce the size of government, you've got to have quality jobs and more paying jobs in the private sector. Let me just say this, and maybe you can close on this, right? Was there a reason why you guys did not, from an economic perspective, was there a reason why you guys did not identify areas where we could start rebuilding the private sector? Areas like tourism. We got more entertainment spots. We got more hotels in the country than we have universities, right? The curriculum at the University of Liberia does not even have an associate degree in hotel management. This is my area of expertise. So if we start looking at areas where we know these jobs can be available, then we can invest. But even if you stable the wage bill, you still have a whole lot of folks on government payroll. And even if you hire 8,000 or 10,000 Liberian, it does not even account for half of the country that requires to actually send their kids to school, bring in income. It's not much. So you're still putting more burden on the government when we should be going in the private sector, having these companies come in and folks go out there and compete.
Yeah, but the private sector needs investment to relax the constraints of the private sector. When you stabilize the wage bill, you move money from the public spending and direct it. I can tell you right now, we don't spend a lot of money on the private sector. The private sector is shortchanged in many developing countries, including our own. We expect businesses to be able to go to banks and get loans. It is not a good thing also for the government to take public money and give it to businesses. There's some economists say moral hazard. The people will say that free money, they will not apply the effort and the money will waste. So you want them to take their own risk, but there are creative ways. That's why I'm saying the conversation that has to happen. The elephant in the room is with the banks who sitting on the money, the judiciary who preside over the regulatory architecture that can influence how banks can release and to what extent they can enforce on their collateral, and the government as a whole to sit down along with investors and say, how you can move into the private sector. Tourism, you cited that. We need a tourism plan on its own. All right? You got many sites in the country, that we're not leveraging.
But you got to get the right tourism expertise.
But so maybe we hire. I went to Turkey when I had my accident. When I had my accident, I went to Turkey, and I was told that in 1980, Turkey was just like Dusty Road Liberia. Simple. 1980s, no quota, the same way. A tourism plan was developed to turn Turkey around, and basically, that plan contributes significantly to the transformation of Turkey. So tourism is a vibrant sector, but you need a strategic plan. You need all the work. I'm saying the time is now. Like the focus. Those are the things like tourism, fisheries. Who has the financing? Who can guarantee it? World Bank, AFDB. Can you guarantee the private sector scheme? IFC. Bring all of them together and let's double down on the private sector. The president's leadership is needed. President Boyka, any president of Liberia has to have a hands-on approach on this private sector thing. The legislature is needed. Everybody got to be focused, because this is how we're going to grow the GDP and be able to avert the existential threat that is coming when we're not able to provide jobs for all these children that are graduating. They will be jumping on us in the street very soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. We want Alex Shushu Jones to come in, but before he come in, I beg you, just with what Robert said, one of the issues that I've had with you and previous governments, I feel you guys talk this good game. You talk about all of these things, but you guys, I remember one time we had a debate about this, and I said to you, what happens? In fact, this was a conversation we had about the money you are going to be using for elections. And I said to you, I said, for the next 6 years, if the CDC got reelected, if for the next 6 years, you're not going to have elections. There's no by-elections. There's nothing. You spent almost $50 million, if I'm not mistaken, that number, $50 million on election 2023. But what happens in our country, every time we free up money, it either goes to increasing legislator salary or increasing the presidential affairs budget or increasing. But so I think there's a frustration here, and not to just be on Rob. I think there's a frustration here on the part of the citizenry. that you, like all the things you explaining, great, but you are Minister of Finance. Were there monies that you have freed up that you went to the president and said, Mr. President, let's dump $20 million in tourism? Did you do that? And then Alex,
I'm saying the opportunity was the secretary. I didn't have too much of that. Remember, we put money in the budget for CLSG. We put money for election, large sums of money in 2023. We're doing roads. So there was not a lot of money free up. Wages around 70,000 people. Not a lot of space. The hope is that, as you're saying, the money we're not spending on election, or we spent on election last year, let ring fence it. One of the things we need to invest in here, let me be honest with you, we haven't talked a lot about that, is education. The country's education is into crisis. Let me tell you, somebody said on the show, people don't have the kind of skills. If Microsoft came to Liberia today and said we want to open one plant, we're looking for 1,000 workers, you think Microsoft will find the workers here? I see the man shaking his head. He said, no, we ain't got the skills. So what it means is that today, we need to start investing in education. We need 500. They say we need $1 billion, nearly $1 billion over the next 5-6 years to turn education around. Where are you going to get that money from? Let's start with the first 500. But where are you even going to get it from? The country needs are too many. Yeah, it's large. So you're right. But let's identify this money. The 50 million, maybe we put 10 million every year to education, free, because we got to improve it. We put 10-15 million to the private sector to guarantee, not to give people money. I have an experience here. We provided money to private sector entities in Liberia, in the agricultural sector. They didn't work out. We have that experience. So you got to hire your hand, give it to banks discreetly. They don't know who's behind the scheme. Guarantee. Let the bank be confident and give, and then monitor the firms. You can begin to try some of that gradually. Every year, 50 million, every year, 50 million. But let's see. Maybe I don't think this in this current budget, but maybe it will be in the next budget of the current government. Remember the finance minister who is just here, that hasn't had, to his credit, he hasn't influenced the budget. Yeah, most of these things were already thought out. So if you're grading him, you have to begin grading him from the budget that he's submitting for next year. Let's see some of these ideas on the show making their way into that next year budget. We all want the country to be better for Liberia, irrespective of CDC, UP. That doesn't matter. We want the country to grow, and the Liberian people will decide the future of the country. But the president has a lot. I mean, the finance minister has a lot on his plate.
So Ben, I'm begging you, please let me just make quick clarity here. The former minister made a statement about if Microsoft is to come to Liberia today and ask for 1,000 employees, can we do that? Can we make them available? Now, a tech industry does not necessarily mean everyone who works at that institution should be technical, because you can have people with finance background who may be able to obtain a job. You can have custodians who may be able to obtain jobs.
That's right.
You have a variety of areas that you can make available to be able to obtain jobs. So yes, I would say we have the ability to provide if we can invest in capacity building. So let us not dismiss the possibility.
But that's what I'm saying. Let's invest.
Yeah, I think
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, I just want to make that clarity that yes, we can make available.
Jones, go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Alex Jones, you can hear me? Okay, good.
Yeah, I can hear you. All right, guys. All right, I'm just gonna leave my premise and maybe give some suggestion to the Minister of Finance, and I'll take my.
Well, the former minister.
The former.
Well, former minister, but you're always gonna be minister. You're that.
Yeah. But...
Okay. So, what I would say, Minister Tweh, I'm very disappointed in you, because I've heard a lot of people talk about how brilliant you are. You taught the University of Liberia, you went this. And quite frankly, fidgeting myself, it is very boring. Like I said, maybe you talk a lot with a lot of non-financial, non-banking people. And I'll tell you why. So maybe the next time you can clean it up. First of all, you said no African country rarely report true unemployment rate. Let me give you some countries that does that. South Africa does. They have an unemployment rate of 29%. Gabon does 21%. Congo, Botswana, All right. So that information is not correct. Tunisia, they have actual unemployment rate.
I mean, most countries.
Secondly, what you said, us. That's why I want to educate you on
most
that.
Countries.
Another thing, your government for 6 years reported unemployment number and said the unemployment rate in Liberia were around 3% and 4% for 6 years. And you sat here and say, you know what? On the central bank, if you go to the central bank, the number is there in every budget. Liberia unemployment rate 4%, a 5% is on the current one this budget year. You sat there and you say, you know what, that number there is, I know where they pick it from. We don't have the model. That's complete fraud.
No, I just told you we don't have that framework. That's labor's full survey. There's no framework to predict unemployment.
All right, so where you're getting
unemployment will be 3% in Liberia? You believe that number?
But that
what are you talking about?
Hold on, that the number your central bank.
No. I just told you there is no framework to predict unemployment. Why you want challenging? Then you go to the central bank report, you see 3 million. You see me validating that report? You see me talking about that 3%?
Or you validated it for 6 years. You never been.
We got validated for 6 years. I just told you I've had conversations with the development partners on the need to be able to move to a system that will predict unemployment at 3% in Liberia, man. How unemployment will be 3%?
Let me give you the numbers that you pulled up for the last 6 years. Let me give you that number.
Who put that number out? You gotta read the number with a grain of salt. I don't know where that number is.
Let me. You had the whole show. I'm not gonna be here for maybe 1 or 2 more.
No, but y'all having this is the period.
Continue lying to Liberian people.
Yeah, we're getting to
but
y'all can interact. This is the period where y'all can interact.
Yeah. So let me tell you what you told the Liberian people about the unemployment rate in Liberia from 2019 to 2024. Okay, it was your central bank. You were the head of the economic team, and you reported these numbers. So unemployment rate right now in Liberia is say 2.9%. In 2020, you said it was 4.1%. In 2021, you said it was 4%. In 2022, you said 3%. Okay, this is the official number.
Alex, you just sent I
give you it right now. Yeah, okay. Everything I've been talking here, I put it right in the chat room so everybody can go read it. Okay, that the number you get to IMF. So I want to know your pick number from anywhere and just put it there and say that I want unemployment rate. I don't get it.
I did not announce any number to you on the show.
Coming from your government, it right there. Go read it. I put it in the statement for 2019. So the reason why I say I'm disappointed in you because if as the people claim, if you're finance minister and you know you don't have the metrics to
Alex, just a point of correction. Your website says trading economies.
Yeah, it collects it, but look where the source coming from. That
the source. Okay, thank you.
The source there, World Bank.
The source says World Bank. The source says World Bank.
Correct. All right. So Ben Leo order here. Secondly,
but that's central bank. Are you quoting a report says central bank?
This is the
central bank is the one that.
It's a World Bank report. How are you quoting a source says central bank?
Because the central bank
you ask a question.
No. The message central bank reporting 3%.
Yes.
I keep on the call no number. You take one internet report and you say our government 3%.
Listen to me.
I'm telling you, even if the central bank said 3%, that's a lie.
Okay.
I will not validate any central bank report that said 3%. Even if the World Bank said 3%, that's a lie. Even if the IMF said 3%, that's a lie. 3% now unemployment rate in Liberia. We don't have a framework to measure unemployment.
Good.
Simple.
So let everybody go to the central bank website. There's something called the annual.
Yeah, this is the thing. Good. I'm glad somebody put it up.
Correct. And you will see Liberia has been reporting it under your administration for 6 years. Liberia Central Bank. Go there now. Read the report. Read the bulletin. You should know those things. All right. Second more. Let's go further here. You claim that the problem in Liberia is the private sector. We should invest in the private sector. And that's why we don't have employment. You were the chairman for LBDR, okay? For as finance minister. What proposal did you put forward in order for LBDR to make loans to the government, to private individuals? McGill from your party can go to LBDR and get $200,000 for
that's
a personal home. What on there?
That's a lie.
Your job as finance minister.
Right? No. First of all, that's a lie. McGill never got loan for LBDI. That's a lie.
McGill never denied it. It's in the
Myean never got loan. Let's fact check your statements here. Clean up. Except that Myean never got loan. Talk something else. That's a lie.
I'm not gonna debate that. I read what's in
Okay.
the newspaper.
That's a lie.
Okay, if Myean wants to not defeat it, he's supposed to be.
No, it's already wrong. It's a lie. He never got loan for LBDI. $0.
So let me go there. But several
Call
people,
the LBDI president tomorrow.
The former LBDI president that was dismissed came out with a list of Liberian ministers who took loans, have been taking loans for the government and not paying it. You should be aware of that because you're on a board.
Yeah,
so the problem you're talking about the problem you're talking about. Another thing is you talk here about Liberians should go into business. Why you don't go into business? You got an economic degree. Why you don't go start a bank? Why are you waiting for the Liberian people? Why George Weah don't go into business? So the things you're asking the Liberian people, y'all like got the money. You pay 5,000. The Irish Liberian person making $60 a month. But you see now the Irish Liberian person will go into business, will go and borrow. Why you, finance minister, former finance minister, usually get good jobs. They go and work internationally in the bank. Your whole career you be in government. And you won't come back in government under the CDC. But you won't kind of lecture all year that the problem. You talk about during the crisis from 2019 to 2024, the world economic thing. Complete nonsense, because most of the time when the world has an economic problem, it's an opportunity for African nations because iron ore prices go up as it's now. You're just lying to people. And unfortunately, our moderators and our journalists, instead of bringing people who understand economics to put
what is a lie now? You're not saying anything to say.
But Alex, are you on the show?
Everything you're talking here? I'm correcting you. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm saying everything.
I'm gonna go make business. We're talking about the private sector expansion of Liberia.
Yeah,
we're talking about economic policies that will stimulate the private sector. Then you say I'm gonna go open bank. I'm gonna go open business. That is solution. That is idea you have. We've been to all the things we've been talking about moving money. You're talking about LBDI people owing LBDI on the board.
If you cannot
listen, this conversation is not Samuel Tweh. LBDI ability to lend money, EcoBank ability to lend money is what we're talking about here. One of the reasons LBDI not lending money is because of the people you say owing LBDI. The same thing with EcoBank. They are large non-performing loans. They're not paying. These were like businesses. These were businesses that owing LBDI. You don't want to know the work we did with LBDI. I will not say that because I can't. I'm not supposed to talk about that.
Okay, let me go to
but
my point.
The banking sector as a whole has high non-performing loans.
Let me finish.
So direct the question to the solutions we're finding. Don't personalize the conversation and requiring me to open a business to solve the Liberian people's problem.
Yeah, let him talk, please.
No, we're interacting.
Okay, yeah.
You've been having it too easy. Like most of you, and I'm very disappointed at God for him because he sits there. This man sat here on this program and said, I brought only owe $1 billion in total debt. Let me read what the total debt is to you. Let me read it from your own 2000 report. That was I'm very disappointed. Well, I brought total debt is 2.5 billion, not 1 billion. You sat here earlier and you said, oh, no, I'm going to.
Hey, my brother, listen. I said external debt is 1 billion. You were telling me what in total debt is in Liberia. Are you supposed to tell me that one?
You took on $1 billion in debt.
That's a lie. Why are you lying?
That's what I'm saying. So let me show you. Let me show you when you took those debt between 2019 and 2024.
No, but let's establish. Alex.
First of all,
how much is the
we
debt?
did not take 1 billion.
How
debt report.
How much is external and internal debt?
Let me read the report here from the bulletin. You can go again on the central bank. The power of Liberia don't read. It says 2.4 total debt.
Total.
As of
he know what total mean.
Is it internal and external, or is it only?
No, he know total mean domestic and external.
Mr. Minister, let Alex land so that you
will not let
me.
No, they can
I challenge you.
Let it interact.
Okay. They say the stock of Liberia total debt marginally grew by 0.7% to 2.2 billion. This is in 2023.
That's correct.
50.8% of GDP relative to the 2.1 billion, 50% of GDP reported in July. So when I came here and said, your borrow the CDC government $1 billion, I challenge you on
That's a
anywhere.
lie.
I challenge you on anywhere. You will have a show, and I will give you $1,000.
What you going to show for? I'm on the show right now. I said CDC borrow $1 billion. What you lying for?
Ben, the report there.
But let's do it right here. Let's not create another show. Do it right here.
Let me tell you how you find it. Let me tell you how you find it. Let me tell you how you find it, because he doesn't know. You go and look at what I brought to the debt was in 2018. It was 800 million. Correct? Minister Tweh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if in 2023 is 2.2 billion, who borrowed the money between 2018 and 2023?
Okay, you need to sit down and ask me, Mr. Tweh, please explain Liberia debt dynamics to me. Then now you come and look at 2 billion and explain it to yourself when you understand it.
No.
Okay. Liberia external debt stock was 672 million when we took over.
Okay.
External debt over the last 6 years is another 600 and some more. That put external debt to 1.2. Total external debt 1.2.
That's not true.
Liberia domestic debt. Liberia domestic.
Alex, let him land.
I'm giving you the debt statistics. You want to argue with the authority who play. You not understand the thing. Instead of you sitting down and take the information and go study.
Everybody can talk. 1 second.
You want me? You want to say borrowing, external borrowing, and let me tell you what external borrowing is. If you don't know what external borrowing is, external borrowing are the monies that we get from multilateral banks, our development partners, as concessional loans through the financing system. External monies don't come on the budget. No Minister of Finance has control over external monies. Those monies stay within the MDB system. Locally, they execute roads and other development projects. It is not part of the national budget. It does not come to the consolidated account.
Because your IMF money, your IMF credit facility is considered to be extended debt. Correct?
IMF monies are reserved.
Yeah, but it comes
when the IMF gave us loan, it goes to our reserve. It is not.
So that's it.
It is not.
Alex,
you want land or you want argue?
Alex, let the man speak and you can speak.
All right, guys, y'all wait. Y'all stop. Right? Guys, y'all
you want challenge? You want challenge my authority? To challenge my authority, you gotta be knowledgeable, and you're not knowledgeable.
Guys,
so you're looking for internet sources or people supplying you things. You're not a guy to stand before me to argue.
Y'all bring it in context. Alex, 1 second. Alex, you.
I don't understand why people with CDC borrow $1 billion.
Guys.
Why you want to take this lie to be true? That's my frustration. Why you can't find something that is truthful and criticize the CDC on? Mr. Samuel Tweh, total external debt 672 million under the CDC. How you got it 672 million? What me and you will have the argument? Why you want to carry it to 1 billion when you're not 1 billion? Why you can say, let's talk about the 672, Mr. Samuel Tweh. Where the money came from?
All right.
Why we can have that conversation? Why you want to say it is not 672, it is 1 billion?
Mr. Tweh, 1 second. Alex, 1 second, please. 1 second. 1 second. There's a lot of people listening. You gotta bring it back to context.
Yeah.
How much is Liberia total debt? How much? Alex Jones, I'm asking you. How much, from what you are reading, how much is the number, just the number? How much is Liberia total debt? From what you're reading, Alex?
The total debt in 2023 is 2.1 billion.
Okay. Second question, Minister.
Hold on, yeah.
1 second, Alex. 1 second, Alex. You got the flow. Trust me. Out of that 2.3 or 2.2, the number you call Jenna.
2.2. They're running up.
2.2, right? 2.2. That total debt stock comprises of external and internal. Correct. How much is that is external? How much is that is internal? From what you are reading.
Well, I'm reading here. Hold on now. I don't have the exact on this chart, but the total includes the internal and the external debt.
All right, how much
you
you
borrowing from banks? I can get it to you. Hold on, I can get it. Just that, like I said, that's not the context of my argument. Argument here was the government borrowed this money and they can't show anything for it. It's in the budget. Your current budget has it.
Well,
so
okay,
what I
okay,
want,
that's
what I
another
want here,
debate,
instead of
though.
making noise, what I want here is I put a number. We educated people here. When you say something, you should have sources. I didn't write that. That information is coming from our Liberian government document. If you go to the top of that document,
nobody denying that.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a contention here of denial.
Okay.
There's no way you will find that CDC borrowed $1 billion. So the whole scene. So what Ben said, stay with 2.1 million. Subtract. Listen now. Say you don't know. Subtract 2.1 million. External borrowing in 2017 ending.
Can we zoom in?
700 million, 720 million. We get the right number, right? Okay, 670, 720, one of them. Take it from that 2.1 million. Then take another 670 million from there. The rest is domestic debt. So 600 plus 600, that 1.2 million external debt.
But this is not a debt. Is this a debt? That's not the thing.
So how will CDC borrow 1 billion when the Unity Party government borrowed about 700 million before CDC came?
All the way down.
How?
Go, yeah, keep going up. Go down. Yeah,
Go down. Okay.
You say debt.
Okay.
Right there.
Where
Go
are
up.
we?
Go up.
Where are we,
Go up.
Alex?
Go up. Go up a little bit. You say debt. Right. Go up.
This is educational, guys. I think this is
Go up.
good.
Go up. Go up.
No, it's good because I want to spend a 1 billion lie. I want to show to destroy lies.
Okay. Exchange goes. Yeah, keep going slowly. You see where it says debt. Where I see in line.
A Wikipedia thing you can't do yet.
Guys, this is the closing argument. This is the closing argument.
It's 2.5. Go to 2.5 that document. That same place. You see financial market development. 2.5.
That's CDR report you play with.
Right now,
listen.
It's the Liberia.
Listen.
12 monthly.
No. Let me tell you what to do. Log in the CBR report and type public debt. It will carry you to the page that get a country breakdown of domestic and external debt. Type public debt.
Wait. Stop right there.
Okay, right here. Come 5.2. Right there.
5.2. You're making
come
live.
back. We are in the studio. Come back. 5.2.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, that's not it.
Go down a little bit.
Come down.
Right there. You keep it.
Right here.
But public debt up there. That public debt there.
You keep going fast. Go down.
Yeah, man.
You had it. Go down.
No, you got
public debt.
Go to public debt. It will describe for you the different categories.
No, guys, go up. You're coming. You're too fast.
Right there.
Take my DL. Nobody's now the one doing anything where you're talking about.
Go back up.
You had it.
Go up. Go slow. I saw public debt, Jenna.
Yeah, right here. Right here.
Okay, right for now.
Okay, total public debt.
Yeah, 2023.
Read it now.
Okay, right here. Stop right there. Don't touch it again. Don't touch it.
No, let him zoom in.
Before Samuel Tweh, let me educate the public what this document is. Okay, this is a document.
Okay, yeah, the public debt information and the public watching now. Good. Watching now.
Yeah, that the CDC government borrow over $1 billion during the term. Total.
Okay, what in the document say that one?
So read it now.
Okay. Wait.
No, read it. At the end of August 2023.
Let me read it. Let me read it. At the end of August 2003, the stock of Liberia public debt marginally grew by 0.7% to 2.201.4 million, 50.8% of the GDP, relative to the 2.861 million, 50.5 GDP reported at end of July. The slight growth was due to 1.3% increase in external debt, as domestic debt marginally reduced by 0.1% during the period. The stock of domestic and external debt, domestic and external, stood at 950.8 million.
Domestic? And external?
Domestic and external.
No, external now is 1.2.
Yes.
Domestic now 150.
correct.
Yes.
But that's not the
Of
total.
the external, Unity Party borrowed 670 million at the end of 2017.
Yeah, but Alex,
So then subtract 1.2 million.
Alex, guys, 1 second. Let's make this clear first. This one, I'm not financial, but I know this.
Okay.
This
All right.
domestic debt is not only for the last 6 years. This is the
No, up to
government
that
entire
point.
debt,
Listen now.
right?
So let me help you, Ben.
It's the St. Joseph Jingy Router.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So
And the same thing with the external debt.
okay. So in 2020,
Says the HIPAA.
that's the cumulative debt of the country, right?
So where CDC 1 billion coming from now?
In 2017, it was $800 million. When it came to power in 2018, by 2023, it was 2.2. And when they say that,
Hey, my man. External debt is 1.2. You show how CDC borrow 1 million and United Party borrow 250 million. We got
So
a
I think I
1.2.
made the point for Liberians who want a document. Go to your
So,
central
but
bank.
Alex, let me ask you a question. Are you saying when CDC took over, Liberia external debt was zero? Is that what you're saying?
What are you saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, but then if
What are you saying now?
So ask me what I'm saying.
Okay, no, but
What you
wait, guys.
Okay.
1 second.
All right. When
Wait.
CDC government took over,
What was the external
the
debt of
total
Liberia?
debt was around $800 million.
Okay.
Then we don't have time to our favor. I think we are running pretty late. So
Right away after they took over, after they used all the revenue and they were looking for money now to pay themselves and look for money to travel and go all this stuff.
Alex, I'm sorry. I don't think it. No, that don't fight.
Yeah,
That don't
Alex,
suffice.
I'm not about trying to tell you now.
No, it
It's not
don't
borrowing.
suffice, Alex.
Yeah,
It don't
and
suffice.
let me tell you where they borrow in. I can tell you the institution that they borrow from because it's
Look at that.
Yeah, but
in your
guys,
budget.
that's not the issue. We want to get to where they borrow from. I don't think
we
that's
have
how
issue to discuss there too, man. We can't keep
Guys,
our time on one issue there.
Yeah, man. I mean,
This man sat here.
We got things to discuss. We can't keep our time on one thing at a time.
Don't remove it. We
But
gotta
listen, we can't we can't deceive the public. We can't disappoint the public. The public just saw total external debt of 1.2 billion. Listen, the public just saw 1.2 billion.
Alex,
I'm telling you, of that 1.2 billion, United Party left external debt of around 750 to 800 million. 670, I won't be exact on the number. I'm gonna look at the number. So, how can CDC alone got 1 billion? Wait. So you have to admit you didn't understand what you are reading. You know that when they said 1.2 billion, 2023 CDC alone borrowed 1.2 billion.
Let me answer it, Tweh.
Alex, listen, Alex, you will not disrupt the show. Don't do that.
You
will not disrupt the show.
You didn't make your case
We gave you the chance. You've been on it for the last 10 minutes with you. You can't say that nobody has given you the chance to talk. You came and let me put it in context. And I'm gonna say this. I'm the moderator. Let me say this. You said I asked you a specific question. What was Liberia external debt when CDC took over? Your claim was CDC borrowed 1.something billion of external debt. If Liberia total external debt today stands at 1.2 billion, and it's a cumulative debt of all of the governments of Liberia today, it is it's not factually true that CDC borrowed 1.2 billion.
How's that?
Question.
That great. Daughter can understand that one.
Give me the chance. Let me tell you what you're saying.
Okay, Alex, you got 1 minute, please. We gotta move forward for a journey.
No, I think the educated people in Liberia, any sound person can borrow, can look at 800 minus 2.2, and it will come out to 1.2 billion. But if you don't understand that simple math, when they got there in 2017, they had a deficit of 800 million from the Unity Party government. By
what is that?
Listen now, by 2023, it's 2.2 billion minus 800 million. From 2.2 billion, you get 1.2 billion.
Like that, Alex. That's how you do the math.
I can't help you on that one now. You can
no, you can't help yourself.
Then don't make yourself a simple mathematics.
Tony, come in, please. Alex, thank you. We would disagree to agree on
thank you.
Fine.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Thank you, Ben.
But it's good though, because the public watching it, you put 1.2 billion external debt. The man has fallen flat because he believes that CDC alone got that 1.2. Thousands of people watching right now, and he has fallen so disgracefully flat because he wants to paint CDC black. And how do people lie and destroy the CDC?
I mean, this is
Thank you,
our last
Minister.
question.
Thank you,
Open
Minister.
the phone lines, please.
I'm really hoping that
Guys,
I'm
listen, I got
I'm hoping that
Thank you for the exchange.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much. I look forward to you, Mr. Tweh. I challenge you anytime on any program. Let we'll talk.
Well, you had a
What
program.
thing? Now you can challenge me?
Alex,
You Wikipedia?
Thank you, Alex. Go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead.
Look, everyone here, right? Let me say something to everybody here. We have limited time to do this program. So if you come on the show, you don't have the right thing to say. It better to be disciplined to everybody else so we can give everybody time. And we all have the capacity to make the program disruptive. But we have to make sure that we be quiet and everybody.
Thank you, Johnny, for your patience.
So here I come, right?
Johnny, thank you for your patience.
So, Minister Tweh, I want to take my time to go with you step by step because for me, I'm not an economist, but I'm just a free thinker. So, do you understand that development is on the basis of statistics or numbers? And you serve as the Minister of Finance and also being the head for the board for legislation, right? Okay, so how did the CDC implement its development agenda with regards to the budget and looking at numbers and doing number distribution in terms of age group, sex, gender, everything else? Now, my point is the national budget, again, is considered as the national cake. Am I right? So if the national budget is a national cake, I realize that the entire 6 years, and even before your time, the national budget always carry around maybe 80-90% of recurring cost. So why is it that the national budget always look at recurring costs and suggesting that the budget was not service oriented, which they did not provide, allotment that will go towards basically people benefiting from its national cake, basically taking care of only paying salaries, taking care of operation costs for government. Whereas government ministries and agencies, specifically Ministry of Agriculture, should be more program oriented so that the national economy can be supported through the agricultural sector. And you can agree with me that everyone else have said in the last 30, 40 years in Liberia that the agricultural sector is key to our growth and development as a country. So how can you I want to just take your time to relate numbers, statistic-wise, from you being the head of finance minister and be the chair for the board of legislation and looking at our national budget every year, allocating around 80-90% to recurring costs. So that's my first point of discussion. From this point, we can keep the exchange now back and forth between me and you. And I really hope that no one will interrupt this. Let someone try myself discuss so that our public can understand the point of which I'm coming from.
I mean, our goal is to move away from recurring expenditure, the goal, and move towards investment. But it's true that presently the recurrent structure is higher. You got 300 million alone out of 735 million for wages. Then you got goods and services to run the whole government. Fuel, cars, the cost to run the government, for the government to do work. You put another 100 million inside, you take it from there. Then you got debt service. The money the man put up here, 1.2 billion of it, that's external debt. Then the domestic debt, you got to pay all of that one. Our external debt, if you don't pay it, they suspend you from the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and the IMF. You see that? If you don't pay, so you get problem, you got to pay. Neither the World Bank, let's say the World Bank and the AFDB, that they don't want to do the suspension. So that all recurring business. The argument we're having here is, out of the whole budget, what kind of money we can find to do infrastructure, serious way every year, and to do private sector, which is what you're calling. So we got something called public sector investment plan under the budget.
So let's stop that.
We need to find that money to solve problem in the private sector, infrastructure that will help the private sector to grow. So the budget should not be all recurrent. Let's reduce the recurrent and let's move more to investment, to infrastructure, to education, investment, infrastructure. That's the kind of thing. But I agree with you. And normally, statistics, we look at the population, all the latest reports, we analyze all of that. And when they're preparing the budget, they do all the estimations. So some of the latest reports feed into the things that help to prepare the budget. Usually the budget is prepared on a year-on-year basis. So last year budget becomes a basis. One of the challenges we have is that we rely too much on that historical pattern. At some point, we need to cut it. Yeah. Because wage is 301 million. I have reason to believe that it's going to go higher. But I won't put that one outside there. Me, I say I won't be factual. When the wage number come, we're low inside. See where it is. But I think with the recast submission, we're looking around 301 million.
Yeah, Mr. Tweh, please. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
one Mr. Tweh, my issue is not lecturing or what to do. I'm saying you serve as Minister of Finance for 6 years, development planning for 6 years. And continuously we have the same budget coming with between 80 and 90% with current. And knowing that the PD and the PADB is only came about on the pro-poor agenda, why didn't we drive more of the budget towards service-oriented so that we can improve?
No, we did so. We reduced, under CDC government, we reduced recurrent expenditure. But it's not reduced at the level desired. That's what I'm saying. CDC, PSIPs were huge. That's how we did all the roads.
Let's go back, Mr.
The slip, scratch cards were eliminated, were significantly reduced. So what you're looking for is a budget that takes recurring under CDC versus recurring under UP. I can produce that graph for you. You will see that CDC recurring is smaller. CDC recurring is smaller than UP recurring. I can produce that graph for you.
And Minister, that is the problem we have with the country. We want to compare CDC and UP, and that's not my concern. My issue here is, listen to me 1 minute. My issue here is you just served for 6 years. And we all have agreed that agricultural sector is a sector that will boom our economy. Do you agree with me?
I agree.
Okay. So now, in your budget, why didn't you consider putting more money into agriculture where we know that majority of the population in the country, we are agrarians? You go to Grand Chile, you go to Nimba, you go to Bong, everywhere we are making farm. So why didn't we pour money into the agriculture sector so that our local population can now produce more food and do more to feed ourselves, and then even reduce the importation of rice even by 30 or 40%. But instead of that, we kept our current cost, even though you are saying your current cost was less than UP, but that doesn't matter to me. I'm looking at you. You served me for 6 years. You would have done better than UP to the extent that today would have been, you would have, even to the point that you would not have lost election. But to the point that you spend more money on yourselves than spending money on the people. That's my point in your budget.
No. We spend more money on the people. You got to look at the evidence. We put all the roads we did.
The people areas.
You see, one of the things about agriculture that you talk about is that there's a lot of money in agriculture. One of the reasons why agriculture can be low in the budget is that the development partners have a lot of money going in agriculture.
So someone else must feed your children. You can't feed
we got to work. We got to work to make that money work. So for that reason, agriculture money then tend to be much smaller. Even in the current budget, it's because when you look at all the development program going agriculture, money there. So we and the partner got to agree on how to use that money in agriculture so it can help the country. So agriculture is not underfunded, but the partners are funding it. The government funding is small. The government funding the administrative costs, but the investment costs are largely coming from the partner. That money, whether it's coming from partner, it's coming from government, that's still money in the sector.
Okay,
and we're working there. So it's not true that agriculture doesn't have money.
Minister,
Mr. Tweh, can I ask you one more
Minister,
question?
you serve as Minister of Finance. Minister, you serve as Minister of Finance. Excuse me, please.
Let's go to the phone line.
Give me chance, please.
Donnie has finished his question. You interrupting him too.
Please, give me one chance. So, Minister, you serve as Minister of Finance and Development Planning.
I don't get, what is the point you want to make to me? You got to make your point clearly. What point are you making to me to answer?
Give me a chance. I like the conversation we're having. So, Minister of Finance and Development Planning, did you succeed in improving the agricultural sector in your development plan?
Agriculture remains a challenge. I explained to you here that our government was dealing with a lot of macroeconomic challenges that we had to stabilize along with COVID. Most of the work plan in private sector development were affected by these crises.
Okay,
I did explain that.
Granted.
The work to be done in agriculture, the work to be done in manufacturing, the work to be done in the private sector
My last question,
It's a
Minister.
work that has to
We gotta
really
go
be
through
done.
My last
Because in the
question.
last 6 years,
My last
the
question.
macro stability affected that.
Okay, my last
COVID-19 affected that. Ukraine war affected that. And so it left little time to do structural transformation.
Minister, my last
I've said that repeatedly here.
Minister,
The
my
new
last
government, our
Minister,
plan
my
was a
last-
second term. We were
Minister, my
doubling down on
Let's-
private sector transformation. That's
Thank
what I
you.
said.
Thank
my
you, guys.
last question.
Ronnie,
My last
Yeah.
question.
Ronnie, we gotta go.
My last
Peabody
question.
give
No,
me a
gentlemen, you allowed you to talk here for
People
more
didn't
than 10
even
minutes.
get 1 minute before he
My
gave me
last
the-
question. My
Okay,
last
you
question,
can
Minister. Minister, between you, Amara Corner, Gafuan, and Bama Kamara, who do you think was the best finance minister for Liberia?
But we're gonna
My man,
go to that.
my man, ask me a question.
Let's go
Ask
to
me
the-
a question, man. Ask me a better question, man.
Yeah, Henry.
I said, Grace, please ask me. Let me clarify something.
Yeah,
Henry,
I was
you gotta wrap up.
Yeah, please get Grace chair. Let me clarify about.
You ask him a great question again. It will take another 10
I'm
minutes.
looking for a way to clarify about. I'm looking for a way to clarify. I want to use my time wisely here.
You know, Minister Tweh is having fun here. He feel
Yeah,
like,
you
okay,
got-
I'm just,
Grace
this
now,
is
another
glamorous.
10 minutes.
He's like, this is glamorous for me. Okay, I'm gonna use this opportunity to just shine. Okay.
All right, so that's it. Who asking now? Let's go.
Mr. Tweh asked me to ask, so I will.
Okay,
Grace.
Well, let me ask the minister one question. Minister, Minister, what's the challenge? What's the challenge for the
Peabody,
PAP
you cannot
success? What's the challenge
you
to
cannot
that?
bamboozle your way. You can't do that. No,
Huh?
we can't do that,
Yeah,
guys.
but you guys just taking it out there. I didn't
No,
ask
we
my
can't
question.
do that. We can't do that. We got time.
Yeah.
We got time
No,
to
man,
speak.
what are you talking? I have a question. What are you talking?
Yeah,
Mr.
you don't do
Huh?
that.
Let me ask
Minister
you.
Tweh.
You can clarify your name. People they can ask you some kind of question that everybody can answer you.
Guys, 2 minutes.
Grace, can you let me talk?
Why, Prince? I just beg you the question you come here ask here, man. I be lie. Yeah, I beg. I appreciate it. Let me be fact, man. I want to debate with you small, but I won't be la. Yeah.
Grace, can you give me a time to ask question?
No, Kehleboe. No, absolutely no.
Wow.
You come on the show at the end of the show. You think you come in to bamboozle the show and say,
Ben, you have done that before.
You can't do that.
You have done
Yeah,
that.
let's go to the phone line. No more questions.
let's
man.
go to the
Let's
You have done that before, Ben. That I can. We can
No,
go back
but
to.
that, we need all
I
of
mean,
them. We need
I
all
will
of
start
them.
moving everybody who are dropped in the show. That's what I will do now. I'm just moving everybody. Go ahead, Ansu. Phone calls.
Also, so Mr. Tweh is not allowed to.
Phone calls, please. Ansu, take your phone call.
077 28 5961.
In the morning now.
Are the numbers for you to call in the app this morning?
That's a 12.
28 5961. And I know you've been finding out the discussion tonight on closing argument. So let's get to the line, pick up our first caller. Good morning. Yeah, go.
Good morning to our common finance minister and Idris Bealded.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, there's a saying that says education cannot be, it's not the same as intelligence. You can be as educated as you are, as you claim to be, but you can also be an idiot. I listened to one of your panelists who from the onset presented himself as an economist, saying that Mr. Tweh can go to Hott, 50-50 and argue because Timothy Latin is not an economist. But now he has come before the economist, and when he said that, I expected that he would have brought something substantial. But unfortunately, he has proven less than Tima would have performed. To have come on the stage and just present whole lot of lies. And then what besides? You are a panelist, your guest must be respected. Yeah, well, you can tell somebody hello and appear to be an insult. To say that you lie, that's a lie. You lie. Don't talk to your guest like that. That doesn't show respect. It doesn't show an environment, a friendly environment. You must make your guests to feel friendly, hospitable.
Okay. All right.
Be on the platform in a way that you feel flexible to talk.
Okay.
You can't attacking the man or the lie. At the end of the day, you prove to be the liar.
So the next caller, 30 seconds, please. It is a busy line. Go ahead. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to Honorable Minister Sylvester Pewee. Good morning to his father and And this is Manuel Tusia. I joined the unique conversation this morning from this Christian. And basically, I want to appreciate Honorable Tweh, and I think to some greater extent, and such a wide platform, but people are here on the platform, they should avoid sentiment, they should avoid a personal, emotional, and I think Mr. Tweh is very, very, very friendly and very, very intelligent. I think to some greater extent, he is doing justice to the Liberian people. So, and there is a difference between propaganda and governance.
Okay. So let me go to the next caller right there. Please, 30 seconds, please. The line is very busy.
Thank you very much, brother. How are you, sir?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to thank the panelists and thank the ever-potent revolutionary comrade, Samuel D. Tweh.
Bagu.
Well, speaking to you, I'm you, Double Swan. Mr. Tweh, I want to thank you very much for giving the rightful information. And our people, they tread on lies. That's the problem I have with most of our international partners, especially those that use the media. You go on social media and then you want to base your reliance. You want to bring it to the argument. It's wrong. Try and get the fact. And so I want to thank First Grade. For First Grade, you need to do due diligence. When people who are knowledgeable, like Mr. Tweh, he's not a little boy. That's a man who keep out with magna cum laude. And so when you come on the show, you come with facts.
But Ben, a minute talk. Let the boy talk.
Okay, don't do it. Let's hold you there and pick up the next caller. Good morning, you're alive.
It's all right, boy.
The minute any minute they want to talk.
Let me say hats off to Honorable Samuel Tweh and all of the panelists.
Oh, the phone low. Put the phone up.
For Honorable Tweh. And when the indictment was done by the government, our GMB government against him, that they needed to take him to court for prostitution. Where were him? Because we understand that you're outside the country and people sat with it. It was in Africa where I was seeing at the time. And indeed, how the thing look at the issues of security in our country, in the South region, having been outside of Liberia. What were some of those news that you got out there about Liberia? How are people looking at Liberia currently under the current government?
Okay, so let's just show you that quickly. The next caller. Go ahead. It's morning hour now.
You see all the panelists, and when you come into the platform, we all want to learn. We want to listen. Take that time. I want to go to listen, to learn. Do not come there is not politics winning. When you come, you take an experience, no fun. You say you share on the platform, your own panelists try to see the no. Now you're going, now you're going. See what you say yourself. It's not good. Lie, you got to lie today. One thing, you don't win against the past.
Why the phone so low?
Everything normal on the dry, on the dry.
Okay, attack the issue, please. 0777 285961. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
That's a go ahead. Your name, where do you come from? Let's say go ahead.
Everybody mute, please.
Our economists, one of our panelists who take himself to the economists, is highly disappointing. You don't really understand budgetary issue, even when it comes to debt and other things. There are simple things that he normally make slight error into. Even this, I remember a week ago, 2 weeks ago, before even release the fund, he made similar mistake that even when you come to the budget, you go on budget,
got back, he made similar mistakes. So he need to really come up because Liberia is one of the countries that we can talk about people who are not really, who are not when it comes to understanding some of them, not all.
Okay. Some, not all, understanding. Can you please walk away from your monitor?
So let's take 3 more calls.
Can you please do that? The feedback is not good. I'll take you off.
3 more calls.
Yeah.
Ben, any plans to take calls from the dashboard?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's take at least about 6 or 7 calls.
No, we can take 6 or 7 calls over. No,
we don't have time. That's a more call from the country, the Moroland. Where the people
No. We will take at least
guys. Okay, guys, y'all wrap the thing
For
up.
the sake of fairness, to call in, like, what you want more calls?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we the sycophant will
Stop
call.
calling the people sycophants.
No, but
right.
she's a collaborator of the sycophant. She's sycophant collaborator.
There are people listening to us. Stop calling the people sycophants.
So is it wrong by coming out here to clarify things and make some information, provide some information to the people, my man? Is it wrong? Good morning. Everything is here. Good morning. Let's hear you. Okay.
You will be mute yourself. We're hearing feedback.
But dear, is that called the minister? But dear.
Consulting at the Ministry of Finance for 12 years on the Unity Party, and I think you were impressed with those challenges that the economy was facing at the time. What did he do as a consultant?
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's it. Answer.
Just taking taxpayer money.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Let's listen to Chairman Ben. Chairman, come in.
Yeah, that's it. Let wrap it. This show has been on for 3 hours 45 minutes.
Yeah.
One last caller yet.
5 minutes.
One call.
Yeah.
Nobody.
We're going to take 3 more calls. 3 more so that we can wrap this up.
Okay, I got one caller. One caller right here. That's Kehleboe Gongloe.
Y'all please wait. Y'all let's do it orderly, please. Who's the first
I'm
caller?
raising my hand. One caller.
We can't hear the caller. Tomalin, we can't hear nobody.
Let me call it. Go ahead, caller. Go ahead, caller.
And it's very low.
Tola na. Oh.
All right, Lofa, can we go to you, Tomalin? We can't hear your caller.
I can hear you. I can hear you. So go ahead.
Anybody calling in? We got to wrap this.
And when calls come through, I'll let you guys know. Nobody.
I got a call.
Let me just do a closing, man.
I got a call to you.
Let Kehleboe do his call, guys.
Kehleboe do his call, please?
Okay, Kehleboe do your call now.
All right. Minister Tweh, how are you?
Kehleboe, you not. Look, Minister, please do your closing. Thank you.
So I'm not going to ask you a question.
No, let a man do a closing, please. Because the thing you're doing today.
Kehleboe, you're going to ask your question or no?
Go ahead, Minister, please. Let a man do a closing. Thank you.
So we're not supposed to speak.
Kehleboe, you are muted.
Mr. Minister, please do your closing. Let's wrap the show up, please.
Okay, in closing, let me answer a few questions. And then I just close quickly. Yeah, we've been here for more than 3 hours. Appreciate it. Let me say I appreciate the show because it has afforded me the opportunity to be confronted with lies that I've been trying to debunk over the last 6 years. And I look forward to engaging with Grace more because it seems Grace has more of the lies that I have forgotten about to clarify. So as I talk to her more, I will get more information to clarify on my Facebook page and things like that. Somebody asked me where I was. I was in Abidjan. I was not in South Africa. I was not in Russia. I was not in Burkina Faso. Liberia has a good reputation, regionally. We are a democracy. Many of the countries, having coup d'etat, we are a free democracy. No person can stay more than 2 terms. So we're pretty respected. We like to think we are fragile, but we are not as fragile. There's no unmail here. We are protecting ourselves. We have our own security forces. On the president, we are unmail left, and he was the first president. President Baraka is keeping the peace now. So, we can look up. we just have our issues structurally that we're solving. Somebody said I served the government for 12 years. No, I did not serve the UP government for 12 years. I served less than that. I started working with the UP government, I think in 2011, up to 2016. So I don't think that's 12 years. When I work as an economist. I costed the poverty reduction strategy document of the UP, meaning I put dollars and cents along with a team that included Jeremiah Soken, who is now the representative in Grand Jita, Seme Eko, many other members. Maurice Krumah worked with me, and we costed the agenda for transformation. I did other consultation work for Minister Amara Kone as minister. And then I went to the MCC. Then I worked, I led the writing of constraints analysis, a 212-page document that led to Liberia getting their first compact under President Salif. So I've done my work there for the former government. I became minister and did a lot of work, as I've explained on the show. So I don't know the direction he was going with this question, but I think that was that. So in concluding, let me say some important things. It's important for us to be honest, truthful to the Liberian people, and we'll try our best to always do so. I personally, I just have had to deal with too many lies. The frustration is that if somebody is lying and you correct them, distorting, then you say, okay, I accept the fact. Let's go to the truth. But they don't want to do it. This information about CDC borrowing $1 billion has been floating around. It is a lie. I posted on my Facebook page on that. I don't know where I heard that from a deputy minister who's saying that. I don't know how you say that. We just showed the public 1.2 billion total external debt. Since 2006, when they waived Liberia debt to today, the total external debt is 1.2 billion. It's going to go up because some of the debt's coming up. Yeah, as you go, it will go up, you go up small. But it's 1.2 now. And when we came into office, that debt stock was around 670 to 700 million by the United Party government. So how you move from 700 to 1.2 billion, and then you say CDC borrow 1 billion? What kind of business is that? Put it in simple English. You start with $50, you get to $100. Then you say, okay, you know the party borrow $50. CDC borrow $50 on it. Then you say CDC borrow $100. How you do that math? But what basically he had to leave the show because you can't do that. So the propaganda failed. And yeah. And Grace, many of the information you said about me personally, most I've got it right. I'll carry the sheet home and put it in my archive. I'll just call it Grace file. Because all the data, I misinformation, I will read it nicely, I will send you a copy. But I appreciate you because at least you're able to make me remember the 500,000 debate. I never ever say I'll make 500,000. You know, the inflation thing, you know, all these things that I've been saying, you know, I'm supposed to be arrested, you know, I was running away, all that stuff. Listen, I came back to the country to face my accusers, and I will go through the judicial process and vindicate my name. I've been a target of this United Party from all the propaganda. Today, I clarified the Baton Yuswa situation. I don't know why they want to link me with Baton Yuswa again. It's a whole other thing. The lies are just too many. And, you know, I'll have a time to come back so we can have... but I think that the show was okay. I like the quality of the questions that came from some of the panelists about solving Liberia's problem before our man Chuchu came in and threw the kitchen sink and just spoiled the whole thing. But Grace, I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you panelists. Thank you. Know, Robert, Lofa, I think you guys are all been doing good. Tomalin, Pewee, you didn't ask me, but you're a new progressive, so you're not supposed to ask another new pro.
But I said, but Tweh, so you got 480 compact, and you Liberia get some.
Well, we're looking. Let's see, Liberia have to pass the compact The eligibility scorecard is coming up maybe next month. We passed 14. We expect the current government to carry out to 16. We don't expect them to come below. As soon as they come below, we join the back. Yeah.
Well, we want to thank you, Minister Tweh. Thank you for taking time. I mean, like I said, we've been here for 3 hours and 53 minutes. That's almost 4 hours. Almost 4 hours of and I believe we were able to
Minister Tweh, Ben, I'm sorry. I really apologize for this. I don't mean to interrupt you, but for the sake, I know Minister Tweh can.
No, we're not taking no more calls.
No, let these people chime in, Ben.
No, Lofa, we're not taking no more calls.
Listeners are also part of the program. You don't have to respond, but at least listen to the people's concern.
Lofa.
We have our audience.
Okay, the show is over. Thank you.
Okay.
We want to thank the minister for coming.
Lofa, you won't care over 5 minutes, 5 hours?
No. I just want you to listen to other people.
We're gonna go to the.
Diaspora Liberians are also contributors to everything that is happening in the country.
Thank you very much,
Minister. But again, I'm not moderating.
Yeah.
If Ben says it's the end of the show, I respect.
It is. We gotta wrap up. We've been here for 4 hours. Thank you so much,
Thank
Minister, and thank you to Henry. You come in. Let's try to wrap up. Everybody, I think we had a wonderful show. Everybody had a chance to chime in. Sorry for those who didn't call in, people who didn't want to call in, people who took the time to call in who was a little late. We apologize. We could not have got. If it leave, everybody would be here for the next 6 hours. So
Ben, can I do my?
I don't know if anybody got closing thoughts. I'm done.
Can I go first?
Yeah.
Thank you. But listen, Ben, I got to give you credit. I thought that you did an awesome job. I think that everyone may not be happy, but I thought that you was fair. I know my sister,
including me. I'm not happy.
I know my sister.
You didn't get question about. So.
Yeah, I know my sister.
No, I didn't get question. I really thought you put me at the backstage today, and you are afraid to put any other person but me.
Neil Progressive. The man said you another Neil Progressive. Can I be asking Neil?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but I thought it was an awesome show, man. Listen, let me just say this. I think that it's important. I'm not going to speak on another panelist. I'm not doing that. We'll talk behind the scenes. But I think this is a lesson here, though. It's important that when these guys come on and we have serious issues with not them personally, but that their leadership, I think it's important that we come prepared, right? Especially when given the opportunity to. And it's clear that my brother did not come prepared today. But I think that a lot of what I've hearing, Ben, from chat that have been screenshot and sent, Haitians are very happy with what happened tonight. They felt like Tweh did what they should have done during the election, which is debunk misinformation and lies, right? And so this is what they did not do. And I think they feel like this is a part of the reason why they lost the election, because people really believe some of the things that were put out there against them. And this is what Tweh did. One last point I want to make is this. I wish we would have had more conversation geared towards the economy, to be honest with you, because it's easy for Tweh for Grace to say, hey, you know what? They said you made $500,000. Who are they? From Prince Africa. Well, guess what? I'm the source now. I'm telling you, I did not make $500,000. It's an easy debunk. But when you talk about the economic, when you talk about his record, we talk about the investment in the tourism sector, the private sector. These are things that the minister will have to explain. Why did he not do that more? Why did the government not do that more? I think you have a more substantive conversation. But look, the show was phenomenal. I'm getting a lot of great feedback. And again, I have to say, Ben, you did. Everybody may not be happy with you, but you did an awesome job, especially in the engagement piece and the second round. Each person was given 10 minutes to engage. I think my brother Alex, he didn't take advantage of his opportunity. I think he made me shame today. I have to say.
Can I do my closing?
Yes, please.
Well, Robert talking is water waste on dog's back. We don't care about what you're saying, but I think it's better we ask the economy. Samuel Tweh was in the government. He did not do the things that he was claiming here, or this and that, but the economy, he should have done those things when he was part of the government. We're not here to kind of ask him what happened, the failure of we are 6 years. We don't want to know that. We want to know his record and what's going on now, presently in the country. So, Mr. Tweh, if you listen to me, please put this in my file. The grace file that you come to keep. The we are administration we ended in January 2024 was marked for allegation of corruption and financial mismanagement. So in December, you Tweh, along with 2 senators, were sanctioned by the U.S. for abusing public position through bribery. Why is it, Mr. Tweh, please, you must please come by and answer me. Why is it repeatedly your need is linked to corruption scandal over and over again? As they say in Guar, what people say, they say where smoke comes from, fire also there. So please put that in your file so when you come back, you can answer me. That's my closing statement.
Thank you, Grace.
All right.
So can I go now? Close to that. Ben, I want close.
I close by.
Oh, man, I thought, man, who thought all the video?
You don't mean I told me. I don't want
to in closing, to be honest with you, I think the former minister came prepared. He might have heard all of the gossip out there. So it appears to me that he came prepared to address some of these things. But what I saw from his deliberation is the fact that he was very weak on implementation when it comes to result-driven ideals. He lacked almost everything. When I push on the issue of the understanding of the current the unemployment rate, he then blamed it on the fact that all of Africa cannot provide such information, so he shouldn't be held liable. When I asked him of mechanisms put in place to counter some of the concern, job creation, the issue of some of these things, he again responded that they had other issues of concern that they were tackled with or they were focused on. So unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Now, in the position of finance, okay, the position that he served in, one would say that it is not his responsibility to track employment or unemployment rate. That is false. And I want people to go with this, because if we are thinking of the growth of the economy, you will also consider employment and unemployment rate. So you will keep yourself far-sighted. You want to know what is happening with the job growth in the private sector or in the public sector. Unfortunately, this is a finance minister who only been out of office for less than 9 months, who cannot give you any data to substantiate his claim to say, we worked towards this. Unfortunately, we fell short of implementing what we wanted. Outside of that, the propaganda aspect of things, he understands, like one will often say, the propaganda, and he knew how to address it, because that is the dynamic of Liberia politics. They do it wholly on the propaganda and not the substantial issue. They data to actually substantiate their claims. So if you're to push, you listen to Professor Larry Kennedy ask the foreign finance minister a couple of questions, and he stuttered a couple of times when it came to responding to those questions, because again, he could not provide adequate response to those questions. And this is where we find ourselves as well. And so to see that the UP government is performing in a much more dismal direction, and it just makes him to feel emboldened to say, look, these guys are going to underperform, so I can go to any radio station now and actually brag about my performance, because considering how they started and how they will end, Liberians will consider me far better off than what they're doing. And so I will be seen as a hero. So that made him to appear as though he understands the issue and he can actually implement. Unfortunately, that is not the reality and that is not the truth. But again, he represented his institution as expected, based on propaganda, not based on factual information, based on the data that we have observed. But I think he did his thing.
Let me close. Let you close out. Let me speak. You close out.
I go to the bathroom. Me close. I go to the bathroom.
Well, you got too much information. We don't want to know what they're going to
do. But on a serious note, right? It was a good show. In fact, Tweh did something tonight that we should appreciate. The fact that now the UP Heritage are watching the show. They are not asking to come on the show now. They are being afraid to come on the show. Now the opportunity they have to give it to them to say, we're coming to debunk Tweh, coming to to come and check the misinformation to again. They are saying it now. They are saying, I said the platform is free. This platform is not for CDC, and for UP, and for nobody. It's an open platform. So your who action, you're welcome to come. We'll bring you. But I think today's show, I thought you guys were quiet. Man, people who sat for many hours. The issue about, for instance, question like the PAPDP. Nobody answered the question. CDC or creation or they said of 1 billion jobs. But these are questions we thought people were going to ask, even about the loans, all the things that they were given. But they failed. They were after making it personal. They want to, you see, we take it personal. That way we lost the whole thing. A lot of people have been coming from the show tonight. How they really forget about the personal attack, the personal vendetta coming against Tweh. Many people want to see Tweh. They want to see Tweh. And so forth, but that's not going to happen. And so as a result, they miss everything. They keep people giving information to come and attack. It won't work. Tweh is a smart man. Take it or leave it. This guy can hold his own talk. He's a brilliant man. I've been knowing this guy for many years. So what you want to say? This guy held his talk. He came here and then he made people look come around here today. So again, I think we should ask the question that people wanted to hear about the PAPDP that CDC launched and all of this stuff that happened. They didn't do it. They failed to do it. And lastly, let me say this. I want to say happy birthday to my dear friend and brother, Peabody. Tomorrow his birthday. Also today's wedding anniversary. Happy wedding anniversary, Peabody.
The good Reverend.
You're a strong man of mine. Also, the President George Myean Weah. He'll be turning 58 to the Area Library, 58 years old. Happy birthday, President. Former President Weah. And guys, let's continue to make it the best second to none. Thank you, guys. I can go.
Yeah, Ben. For me, I'm not
Pewee, Peabody, you'll be the last. That Pewee talk.
Ben, for me, I don't
I
have
will go.
I thought
I get cool.
I thought today was not a good day for me, Ben. You deliberately did that, but again, there's no issue. But quickly,
you're progressive.
I want to believe sincerely it was good that the great Bushu came on the show today, right? He did.
Like calling the man Bushu, then you want our question. My way, man.
No, I'm going to see part of the reason is
that. Sorry, I'm busy with you.
Yeah, I know. But again, I listened to my own friend, my dear friend and brother just now. He said the minister came prepared. Then he also said the minister ended somehow. He contradicted himself.
No. He prepared to address the propaganda. Of implementation.
I listen, you know, some out there we take notes.
And I hear what moderating, nobody will do that thing.
Yeah.
No, but Ben, sometimes you be doing the same thing. You be doing that. You be doing
we take note very well. He said the minister came very prepared. Then in less than 60 seconds, he said the minister didn't answer when you are weak. That's a huge contradiction. And we intellectuals, we take note of this discrepancy in intellectual interactions. But let me say here clearly, it's just like when you say I set in trap for that picking. That picking, that what happened today on the serious note. But on the most serious note, we take things personal. And I want to discuss the issues. This is how you are going to expose yourself. And yeah, we in this platform, we're going to give the opportunity to a lot of folks. And trust me, I was glad to have some spend most of my time in it. But it was good. I mean, Ben did that to me. Because if I've been ordered, I would have said different things. It was good. And I take very proud of that. But one of the major things, and I said it during the show, and that's what we're going to pride ourselves with now, to begin the process of providing major information to the folks in the country. CDC President Weah did not, his defeat did not come from the process about he didn't do this, he didn't do that. 17,288 votes. It's not a vote that you say to me. And then other thing, it came from negative propaganda. And at the time, we were not that focused in trying to deflect or do the necessary clarification that will impact the people in providing this kind of information. It's very vital. It's clear. There's no report in the history of Liberia that Mr. Tweh ever said that he will make 500,000 and above. No. Those are reports coming from a journalistic perspective. So now we sit and see these things unfold in the country. So now we want to bring our personal, and that's Liberia's issue. The perception problem of Liberia, even intellectuals, people that believe in the opposition, that are saying they are advocate, they are this, they come with their personal vendetta to the discourse. And we should not bring our personal vendetta to any discourse nationally in terms of our national body politics. These are things that are very counterproductive. And those counterproductive thinkers and the rest of it, and those that will spread mis and disinformation and lies, we should debunk them and reorient it. But most of them are disoriented. Look what happened today. They have a brother last time. He attacked Carrasco. He attacked other officials and other things. But today, this Ellis came here very disoriented.
I'm not going to allow you to attack Alex. No,
I'm not attacking. Just saying
no,
but
leave him.
okay.
You did. That's a form of attack. When you say a man appeared disoriented, that's a form of attack because he's not here to defend himself.
Okay.
It's time to
Let everybody close, please.
All right. But that's the basic concept.
Thank you.
We have to provide as we move on in the process. Thank you.
People are please close.
Wow, that was a great show. Let me say this. I think the minister did extremely well for even showing up on the show. I think he came and expected that people were asking some these difficult questions. But I think when it comes to Samuel Tweh, I don't know, but I got to know Samuel Tweh when he was the orator for one of Liberia Independence Day. I don't remember what year was that. And I listened and I said, wow, the points I jotted down and the thing that I learned, he's a smart guy, and as he said, he came to face his accuser, those who accuse him of taking money and all of that. He came to defend himself, and I think he had the right to come home. He was brave to come home, to be honest. That doesn't happen in a lot of countries where the government is going after and try to come back home. But I think Samuel Tweh, based on what we heard here today, and with this new government, and I even knew that they're in power more than almost 9 months now. They're not new. I mean, I heard people questioning him about riding business class, but what about the $1.5 million for executive cars and the high power delegation that came to the United Nations conference? A lot of people came, senators, a lot of money, people that didn't have anything to do here, they came. So, I mean, I think it was good that he came and defended himself. But on that note, I'd like to just end by wishing my darling wife for 21 years, Louise Sankey Dennis Peabody, happy anniversary. And then tomorrow is my birthday. Wednesday morning, we're going to take a little trip out of the country, and we'll be back by the end of next week. So, guys, I'll still find time if I can come up, but
you still do enjoy yourself.
Take a little break.
Yeah.
But guys, it was a great show. Yeah. I think we did great. Let understand this, that we shouldn't get hype when we have a high power guest coming. Let's be ourselves. And I see a lot of not ourselves. By the time we see high power guest, we won't act like we the hotter or we the mean or hating the thing. That thing doesn't help us. Let's be ourselves. Let's chill. We shouldn't get tension in us. Let's just chill when guests come. Relax. Ask a question. Don't get personal with the person. Make the person comfortable. And that's just, but you going out, you telling the guests you lie on the one. I mean, those things are unnecessary, bro. Let's be ourselves. Because the more respect we give to our guests, more people want to come. But if people coming here and people insulting them, doing this, let's be ourselves. Chill. Cool. All right, gentlemen, that's my close.
Thank you, Peabody. And we want to say happy birthday to you, Peabody. Happy
Ben, few seconds before you go. I want you to know this, Ben, before you go, please. The first time for the first time ever this show went to I'll try to check that to 2,800 was the time the Charlie Bronsky appeared on the show. And today the show broke the line.
Sylvester, since when you started doing
today it went to 3,000.
Started tracking analytics
3,800 today live.
Since when you
3,800.
started tracking analytics?
By the way, we have been giving 5 days a week now. So
we're coming on every day now. So
all
right, I hope that we will have a full panel like we
gotta organize it better, guys.
Right?
Yeah. And let me do my closing video.
On time next week. We're coming 5 days.
Thank all of you for happy pre-birthday to Dr. Peabody. We want to say happy pre-birthday to you. Happy anniversary to you and your beautiful wife. You know, again,
Oh, so Ben, you forget about we are too.
We pray for.
Happy birthday to President
Hey,
Weah.
man, let me do my closing back. If you forgot, don't put it
Let
on
me
me.
say happy birthday to President Weah.
My man, let me do my closing.
That's the Peabody. Happy birthday and happy anniversary to you, man.
If y'all forgot to say happy birthday, President, don't put it on me. I finished doing my closing here.
My birthday, President Weah. Happy birthday.
When is President Weah birthday?
But let me do my so guys. Peabody, want to thank you. We pray for God's blessings on you and your family, your union. We pray that you continue to flourish, and we thank God for you for what you bring to this platform. And I personally thank God for you as a big brother and a friend who have always been there. I want to say happy birthday to the former president of Liberia, President George. By the way, I actually just sent him a happy birthday text, and he responded. I know he's not in the country, but we want to say happy birthday, Mr. President. You've served your country very well. Everybody may not have agreed with you. I can state for the record, I'm a proud. Listen, if I had a chance to do it all over again, I will vote for you again. I want to be very clear about that. You are not perfect, but I know that you have a heart for your people, your country. So we want to say, as you clock 58, Mr. President, as you clock 58, it begins a new journey. It begins
so me and President, we are the same age?
Yeah.
58?
Yeah. Yeah. But it begins a new journey for you. Why are you doing so?
Oh, babe, you take forever to do this one closing?
Yeah, man. Y'all let me do my closing. What kind of minute there? Again, y'all interrupting my closing to President Weah.
That play music, man. That play Weah music.
Happy birthday to President George Myean Weah. Liberia's, what is it, 25th? You're 25th, right? 25th president.
24th president.
24th president. And we want to say thank you for all that you have done for our country, for the decisions that you've made. We may not have agreed with you on everything, but we want to say thank you. Thank you for serving your country and for that ultimate decision to allow peace to prevail in our country. We know that losing an election by 17,000 plus votes is nothing small. Many people in this world today would not have conceded defeat the way you did. But it proves that you're a good man. You're not perfect, but it proves that you're a good man. And I can say to you, coming from me as a small brother to a big brother and as the former president, we want to thank you for your service to our country. And we hope you enjoy your birthday today. And we pray for Liberia.
Ben, listen to song.
Yes.
Okay, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Happy birthday. Birthday to you.
We gotta invite Lofa. Lofa, we gotta take you to go party.
To you.
Happy birthday, Mr. President. Well, it's a great show,
Happy birthday, President Weah. Happy birthday. All right, guys, put it down, man.
Thank you, guys.
Put it down, guys.
Good night. Great show.
Great show. Thank you.
All right.